Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we are back with another live stream of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, February 16th. We're starting a little late today because I was streaming the new attempt at doing something different now that YouTube is gonna take all the ads off my channel. Different way to monetize it. Looking at the Steam Lunar New Year sale and trying to go through my wish list and show which games I actually do kind of want and how I shop and all of that. Very experimental, very rough in my opinion. I don't know how to make a video like that and it be useful to somebody who's thinking about shopping for themselves while also having an underlying tone of this is an advertisement, this is me e-bagging. It was 3 hours of me going through my wish list, and some of that certainly was probably 40 minutes of me just going through what games I already have, and that drastically changes what is offered to you. Right now we need a druid or rogue victory, and if I can get anybody to play me, there we go. Let's do a challenge and see if he'll accept for 80. He will accept, thank goodness. Alright, so Pirate, Rogue, play. Go. So check out, maybe fast forward through that video that I live streamed. Some people came on and said a few things. They called me out on my nearly 17,000 hours on time clickers. Which is because I've just got that game running all the time when I'm not recording or doing anything else, trying to get all the last one achievement on it, which is practically impossible, obviously, not without really focusing and playing the game. So the first 40 minutes of that stream was me going through all the games I have, and then we start going down the new features of the wish list, which I guess we wouldn't have to do in future versions of this. These ads are conveniently not going to happen very often because the Steam thing is just not going to happen that very often. I could potentially expand it to the humble bundles, and then once a month there might be a very short, I don't even know how short it would be. Like the humble bundle, if I was to make an e-begging thing on every new humble bundle, it would be barely a 10-minute video. It would also, I suppose, give me a reason to not go through the humble bundles on these live streams when they come up. But that's kind of the only time I would want to do it, is humble bundle sales and Steam sales. And as far as Steam, as far as I know, there will be the May the 4th be with you sale, one assumes. And then there's the summer sale, and that's kind of it. It doesn't seem like there was anything for Valentine's Day, because it's kind of hard for video game stores to have Valentine's Day sales because there's not that many romance games that are really romance and not just dating simulators / forced sex games. And those games don't typically ever go on sale. So yeah, I can't think of anything else until the summer sale. So year round there'd probably be one for the Lunar New Year, one for the May the 4th be with you, one for the summer, one for the like Halloween, October sale if there is one. Sometimes they don't even have sales on Steam, so there's something to talk there. It'll be pretty repetitive too. There's a lot of things I don't understand or know about that Steam. Like, it might be possible and easier to get people to buy Steam cards and give me the code for the Steam card credit, and then that would just finance directly in money so that they then don't have to pay. A lot of it also just boils down to if somebody has any passion for a game and they want to see me cover it, whether it's because they think I'll enjoy it or because they think I'll not enjoy it or have something interesting to say, like that's more of a good motivator. But I would like to try and influence that and not just have people gifting me random games that, like, if everybody gifted me Call of Duty games, that would be very, very hard for me to motivate myself to actually play Call of Duty games. I could do one, certainly, but 2 or 3. Like, I'm having trouble even justifying continuing going down the path with the Assassin's Creed games with Revelations. Revelations is such a bad, short, cheap effort there in the series. There's other factors certainly too that as I was going through the wish list, you spend a lot of time seeing a lot of games for 50 cents, and you spend very little time, relatively speaking, talking about the games that are just at the top but are the AAA games. For instance, Hellblade: Sesuna's Sacrifice is a great example of a game. Cuphead is a great example of a game that are relatively new, and because they're relatively new, they're not actually at any real discount, 10% at most. So since we started late tonight, we don't have... I'm not going to try to do a ton of stuff. In fact, I may just play some stuff off screen tomorrow to try and accomplish things. So I guess that means I need to move on and try and get... Let's see, I have no reason to play him again, so I'll give him the gold and move on so I can play... Yeah, we'll play that, yeah. Let's do a death rattle deck on wild. So, ideally, I guess I'm going to go through the news. I am very, very open to suggestions on those sales things. And I really don't have a way to re-promote them as much as possible. But I guess once the sale is gone, and the sale only lasts a week or so, there's really no way to re-promote that footage anyways. I ran into an issue where I had to replace all the tires on my car, which cost me extra money that I wasn't expecting on spending, and because of that, I'm really not in a position to buy any games, so I'm almost certainly skipping this entire expansion, this entire sale. I also need to do a lot of work. I need to get games that are free to play into the fall list, games I'm not interested in actually owning out of the list, and I need to look at all the visual novel games and see if they have English voice acting and either keep them in the list or move them to the following list. The new wishlist way things are laid out are slightly helpful, but there's still some issues with Steam. Some buttons are missing that I'd like to have. But that's enough talking about that. Let's start with the video game news. Try to keep this quick. Assassin's Creed Origins apparently has a new $500 figurine. You can get an official figurine featuring the 3 ancient Egyptian immortal deities.
I'm warning you.
And these figurines look alright, sure, but it's 1.5 kilograms and it's made of resin and brass. I want to see the scale. There's a video here just to they're busts effectively, and they're sitting on a stand, and the stand itself is kind of the only thing with the Assassin's Creed logo on it. They're actually kind of small for what you'd normally expect from a bust. It looks like they might have been scaled down a little bit to fit on a standard height bookshelf. They come in a box with cutout foam, which I assume they're not that sturdy. They're not interesting looking though. It's just like black animal creatures in blue and goldish armor. There's only 100 units apparently that they're making. So only 100 figurines for $500. You would be a fool to spend your money on something like this.
This might sting.
So more and more we see in the video game industry where people, they try to make more money by not even making the game. And this is really a great example of that. It's like the people who are making these figurines are not the video game programmers. They're not the audio creators. They're not the painters. They're not anybody that probably worked in it at all. They're just some company they hired to make some figurines. The figurines look like they probably cost no more than $25 to make. If they're selling 100 of them, maybe you could bump it up to $40 or $50. And for $50, I would pay that much. But they're asking for 10 times that, $500. So forget that. Closing that tab. There is a GTA 5 mod that brings San Andreas gang warfare to the modern day Los Santos. This doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But I imagine what this is it's taking a element that was in GTA San Andreas and was left out of Los Santos, which is the area of the more recent game.
Trust me.
Am I reading this right? Or maybe it's a backporting of a feature that is in GTA 5.
Nothing scares me.
Let's see.
Except mice.
Which one happened first? GTA 5 or San Andreas? Wish these things were numbered so we could keep these things in order.
This might sting.
Well, so if you understand what this mod is doing, I guess it's for you. Maybe. Like, honestly though, if they took out a feature in GTA 5 that was in a previous version of the game, which is what I'm suspecting, that's what the case is here. They probably took it out for a decent reason. It didn't add anything to GTA. GTA has become, from an outsider's perspective like mine, since I haven't played any of the games, it feels like it's become a very open world sandbox style game designed around getting out of the player's way so that the player can do whatever they want. If there are gangs running around shooting at each other and potentially shooting at you, and you get wasted and have to lose some money and walk out of a hospital, which is, I believe, how that game works, then whatever you were trying to accomplish just got interrupted by a system that you don't even really care about. Let's do that one. That one.
Job's done.
And that didn't work. The Dreamcast memory unit emulator is going to be added to Libretto. I mispronounce that all the time, don't I? The Dreamcast memory unit was kind of a cool idea. It was like a handheld LCD screen game that connected and acted as the memory unit of the Dreamcast. So, for instance, you could put something like a Tamagotchi into your memory unit, walk around with just the memory unit because it has buttons and a control D-pad and everything, and you could play all day on the virtual memory unit and then go back home and play the memory unit back into your Dreamcast and connect things back. It wasn't really implemented too well, but the idea is cool. It would be effectively the equivalent of a game where you playing something on a PS4 or an Xbox One, and then you download the character to your cell phone, probably through the internet now, one would assume, and let's see, destroy one random minion. We've got to lower our odds. Yeah.
Here we go.
Do this. Do this. Do this. Do this.
Job's done.
So that coming to a more accessible emulator of that is kind of cool. Sadly, you would probably have to have custom homebrew software to implement it nowadays. With the next Pokemon game being probably on the Switch, it would be nice if there was a Pokemon Go integration into something like that. I'm not certain that will actually happen, but it would be nice. This. I'm gonna lose.
Here we go.
PC Gamer has an article that goes, for some reason Atari is moving into cryptocurrency now. Get ready for the Pong token. When you see a company move into cryptocurrency, you know that company has no idea what they're doing and they're just trying to make money through stock manipulation, effectively. Atari is not the Atari that it was. That company's long since been bankrupt a few times, I think, and this is just somebody who bought the name out of bankruptcy. And they were talking about making an Atari console. I don't know if they have completely stopped that idea. It wasn't like an Atari Mini, though. Like, that's what they should have done, is as soon as you got word that there was a Nintendo Mini, come out with an Atari Mini, have all, what is it, like 2,200 Atari games that were created, all of those that you could actually sell again on that Mini and see if you could get some money out of it. You still probably wouldn't. you still wouldn't get very many people to buy an Atari, but there'd be some people that would maybe buy a nice looking Atari console to put on their shelves, and you know, they might even save themselves some money if they just made Atari console looking computer cases to put in Raspberry Pis or other boards like that, or even a mini ITX board. That would actually look rather nice, and I'm sure people have done custom builds like that. Why not do an official build? Here at the end of the article at the bottom it says, unfortunately Atari's out of nowhere plan for the crowdfunded Atari retro gaming console remains stalled. The launch of the Indiegogo campaign was halted in December just before it was set to go live, and the Atari Box website is now down. So they didn't even start the Indiegogo campaign. That's some craziness. Well, Atari's gonna be bankrupt in a year, you can almost guarantee. Let's see. Is there anything in this article worth talking about? I don't think so, no. So we'll skip that. I have a shamefully large amount of anime, visual novel, and sex games on my wish list, by the way. Like, if anything, going through that and knowing people are watching me live, looking at all those things, I'm like, oh yeah, I need to really go through this and not be so turned. Like, every time I see an anime girl in the game, that visual appeal is enough to get it to a wish list. It's usually not enough to actually get me to buy it, but I need to raise my standards to only the really good anime sex game, anime girl sex games, dating simulators, and visual novels. Don't worry, they're not going anywhere. I'll always cover, or at least talk about a few, but I don't want to flood my library nor my channel with them, particularly since YouTube hates them. Like, I really came to that revelation, and I hadn't really been paying enough attention to it. Like, if I put out a game with anime girls in the thumbnails, or they show up in the game at any point, there is a much higher chance of YouTube demonetizing that video for no other reason than just that. And that seems a little biased, and like their algorithm needs an overhaul. Moving on though, here's another anime game, the Caligula Effect Overdose and the Caligula Effect Anime have a news broadcast, latest news broadcast set for February 23rd. Will air at 2200 Japanese Standard Time. So that would be 10 o'clock in the evening, February 23rd.
Hey, you want to buy a funnel cake?
Don't touch the air.
Just go ahead and kill this guy. So we can expect more information. The Overdose is due for the PS4 May 17th in Japan, and the anime will begin in April. So it seems like the anime hasn't even started airing, which explains a little bit. Like, I have been kind of confused as far as why this game seems like it's tied into something, but I haven't heard what this tied in thing is. Like, I've never heard of the Caligula Effect.
Don't touch the air. Buy one.
Here we go.
I've heard some speculation that Caligula wasn't as bad as as he may have sounded, or a lot of what's said about him is actually made up hearsay. But whatever, that doesn't have anything to do with video games. Next Saturday, February the 24th, the National Video Game Museum in Frisco, Texas will celebrate Fighting February between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. A range of systems spanning the decades tournaments are going to be happening, with grand games and prizes to be TBD, to be decided, I guess. Fun guaranteed. So are they giving away prizes or not? Gosh, doesn't seem like they're super organized there. You should know at least a week in advance whether you're giving away prizes or not. So if you live near there and you wanted to do probably not anything professional level as far as fighting games, like this isn't an Evo, but it might be a good beginning to working your way to playing something like Evo. That's something to consider. And it may be that the tournaments aren't all fighting games too, like Evo. Tournaments every hour on the hour, so how long do they think a tournament goes?
Here we go.
It really feels like they're not expecting too many people to show up there, so I imagine. This is being retweeted by the Let's Play Gaming Expo, which is a convention of some sort. When is their expo happening now? Their sidebar on Twitter says it's the premier interactive gaming convention celebrating all things games, be it board, card, and video. Let's see. It joined Twitter in 2014. And they're calling it Fight Night at the Museum, which is kind of an... Okay, the Gaming Expo itself is July 27th to 29th, which is 3 days before.
Witness me!
And that's at the Irving Convention Center in Irving, Texas. Irving and Frisco aren't considerably far apart from each other. So if you're in that area, that area that is slowly growing as a center for gaming, somewhat because of Gearbox alone, that'll be interesting. Do we have another rogue thing to try? That didn't work. Let's try this custom rogue. Next article, PC Gamer has an article. Intel is facing 32 lawsuits over Meltdown and Spectre CPU vulnerabilities. I imagine those 32 lawsuits will get merged into a class action suit that will see us all getting extended service, promises for more updates, things like that. I'll be very surprised if there's any money going to anybody but the lawyers. That's just not how things work, you know. Like, we're not all getting new CPUs that are better or anything like that. Rock Paper Shotgun has a article called Spawn Point: The Best JRPGs for Total Beginners. Let's go through here and see what games they recommend.
The pleasure is mine.
Well, First of all, there's a recommendation. If you don't like grinding, try Recenter, an item shop's tale, which turns JRPG conventions on its head by having you play as the shopkeeper. Let's do that.
A tango?
So I think you're probably breaking what you're promising in the first move with this recommendation, because if you're not at least moving the player to actually playing the grindy JRPG elements, then you've got to find some kind of JRPG that doesn't have those elements, and that's going to be hard.
There once was a man from Gilneas. Job's done.
Let's see what else they recommend. Here, if you don't want turn-based or random battles, they recommend Tales for Symphosia. It's a pretty traditional. Let's see. It's got a real-time combat system, and you only have to worry about controlling the main character. You can pause the action to issue specific commands or change your equipment too. But if you want something newer, you could play Tales of Berseria, which is the latest game in the series for the Tales of Symphonia series. But for beginners, they're recommending I Am Setsuna.
So many options.
Let's make sure we're still playing here. This, that, and play that, and
Here
kill
we
that.
go.
Let's see. They're also recommending Chrono Trigger, but it isn't available on Steam or anywhere else yet.
Mother does love this face.
And then they're saying if you decide to not have turn-based, I don't know why you'd specifically not want turn-based in a game. You're better off doing turn-based than you are trying to do real time. They're saying try Final Fantasy IX or Final Fantasy VIII. So, well, no, they're saying Final Fantasy IX. Or Final Fantasy X. Or Valkyria Chronicles. Valkyria Chronicles. So, there is a list of some pretty recognizable games, except for one, which was the first one recommended, and that was let's go do this.
Yeah,
This.
beat it.
This.
Here we go.
So Recator, an item shop's tale, was really the only one there that comes out of nowhere. All the other games are something I've heard of before, And this came out in 2010, so I really doubt that they're just promoting that one game and writing an article around the other games. So it's interesting. And I hate how Rock Paper Shotgun, they link the name of every game they're talking about, but then they do it in a way that you'll only click on the link to end up in a different article that they'd written about that game, instead of linking to either the game's website or linking to well, here one of them they link to Wikipedia, but like, they're not linking to a storefront, which I guess means we know they don't have affiliate links, but maybe they were paid to write about Valkyria Chronicles, but that's a 2014 game too, so I keep looking to see if there might be some level of reason why they'd write an article like this that you wouldn't immediately assume. I'm not seeing it. Moving on, Gamma Sutra has an article called Making a Video Game Cover That Doesn't Suck. And it's probably... there's some things here. This might be a good article, this might be a bad article. I'm seeing a lot of video game covers right now as examples of having too many characters on the cover. There's no less than 7, 8 people on the cover of a game called Conception 2. There's 4 people in a giant sword on Arc Rise Fantasia. There's, oh god, there's like 8, 11 people on Stella's Glow. Persona 5 on the other hand has, let's see, 7, 8 people and a cat creature and a demon on Persona 5. So it seems to be pretty standard that you do have a lot of games, a lot of characters on games like that. It seems like a very Japanese thing to do too. So we've got to show off all the characters one more time. Let's try a druid deck. Should just be a play on casual, frankly. Save myself some time. I'm kind of just scrolling down this article and looking at the pictures and not reading the article. Here they're talking about cover art for albums, like CDs, musics, and showing off the cover art for some of that.
You asked for it.
I must protect the wild.
Maybe it is a good idea to have a bunch of characters on a cover. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I guess it is, because every single cover thing in this has tons of people in it. Here at the end, let's see what they were saying, since I was just... It says, the lesson of the day is to, and this is all stricken through, as in we wanted to say this, but we really didn't. Steal the ideas of great artists and then write gigantic article presenting them as your own. Yes, look at me. Shower with accolades. Brahaha. It's alright, so
Hello.
all that he keeps going, but the point there is
My greeting.
he's whoever's writing this article is being silly. So the non-stricken point, the lesson of the day, is to create a cover which captures the feeling of playing your game as a visual emotion by following 1. Simple, striking imagery that 2. Conveys the core bullet points of your game, and 3. Removes anything else. And I don't know, like, this is kind of why I'm not an artist. Like, I totally need an artist, and I totally don't know how to direct an artist if I was. That's why if I did hire an artist for my channel and said, I need thumbnails for all the content I'm creating, so go make some thumbnails. That's about all I can say to him, which isn't very good direction in my opinion. So moving on. The 3,000 chance to win 3,000 card packs, I assume is over. I'm pretty sure it's over. They said it ended the 14th. So because of that, there's no real focus right now to get the daily quest done. Hearthstone has moved on, and they're showing off some of the most successful meta decks, like literally telling people how to copy these meta decks into their hand, which is funny because they've also got the copy code in them, so I could try to copy some of these into my main account and probably build these decks if I wanted to. Right. Jade.
Colin's our girl's best friend.
Yeah, but I honestly don't want to just play other people's meta decks. That's something. Go to playhearthstone.com and look at their blog, and you can see that stuff if you want. But I'd prefer to make my own decks and do something different. Moving on, PC Gamer has an article that says Intel's latest graphics drivers automatically configure optimum game settings. One kind of assumes that this is in the instance of the Intel integrated graphics and not anything else, which is probably not what most people are using, unless you have a laptop with no other video card at all. And if it is, you're probably not doing anything very demanding on it. The new driver adds a gaming icon in the driver's control panel. Intel notes that some functionality may be limited while in beta. Not all games are supported. The ones that work include Battlefield 1 and 4, American Truck Simulator, Call of Duty, World War II, Destiny, Dota 2, Grand Theft Auto 5, League of Legends, Overwatch, and World of Tanks. That is a kind of odd mix.
What to do?
Rather odd mix, honestly. Can I do anything here, or I'm just gonna lose?
For the wild.
Much like the GeForce experience, any of these systems that try to detect if a game is running and automatically adjust these settings inside the game, they don't work great. We need a new standard, for fear of creating a new standard where all games put all of their settings in an INI file under the app data folder. It is always there. There's standard ways in which things are labeled, and every graphics driver from every creator knows what to do and how to get that to work.
What to do? All realities, all dimensions.
They'll never know what happened.
Job's done.
To adjust things. Personally, since I'm recording and streaming at the same time, even when GeForce Experience does optimize a game, it usually over-optimizes it to the point where things are too good looking, and I find it kind of a pain. It would be nicer if just all games auto-detected the settings that they think they needed to be, then asked you or let you figure out how to change it in game instead of out of game. Like, yeah, having a separate application doesn't make a lot of sense.
This one's mine. They'll never know what or
Job's done.
I've been following this Twitter feed for a website called TechSpot lately. I don't know if I'm going to stick with it, but apparently embedding tweets has been ruled by a New York federal judge as a copyright violation by a news outlet. Let's see. Embedding tweets, videos, or images on one's blog or website is pretty common practice. However, in the recent New York federal court ruling of it is any indication that seemingly harmless act may land you in quite a bit of trouble in the future. The ruling in question came after several news websites, including Times, Yahoo, Vox, and Breitbart, embedded a tweet containing a photo of the NFL player Tom Brady. So this is the NFL succeeding to try and expand its ridiculous claims of copyright. NFL in particular, it claims they own copyright to everything. The photographer responsible for capturing the photo, Justin Goodman, accused the new outlets of providing his exclusive copyright, an assertion that the judge presiding over the case has since agreed with. When defendants caused the embedded tweets to appear on their websites, their actions violated the plaintiff's exclusive display right. The fact that the image was hosted on a server owned and operated by an unrelated third party, Twitter, does not shield them from this result. And in a statement, the Electronic Freedom Frontier Foundation called the ruling a rejection of years of settled precedent, noting that it could easily extend far beyond mere tweet embedding to the realms of all inline linking. The foundation also said that the ruling, if it was adopted by other courts, could threaten millions of ordinary internet users with infringement liability. Let's see. Strangely, Judge Forrest repeatedly refers to the process of embedding as the act of a coder, which I suppose. In her ruling, she also implies hundreds of thousands of users who utilize the process have the understanding of programming languages such as HTML. Unusually wording a citing, this ruling is certainly concerning development for news outlets and blogs alike, as the EFF said in their statement. However, it's possible that the ruling could be appealed and ultimately overturned. That's pretty spooky. Like, if every time just a random Joe, and I do this all the time, is I get photos and post them on my Facebook, which is not even what they're doing. They're direct linking to the original image, is what the news people are doing. Yeah. That's one of the problems. A day in America, you're violating 1,000 laws because they're all written so archaically from such a long time ago. Moving on to the next story, which is more video game related. Eugene Systems developers are on strike after claiming violations of violation of rights. A group of developers from Eugene Systems are. Let's see what I want to do. Get rid of this one. I could have gotten rid of that one actually. They're on strike citing labor law violations. Known for the War Game franchise, the French studio has confirmed that 21 out of the 44 employees, so a very small number of employees in the first place, walked out yesterday in protest over the management. They've been negotiating for nearly 15 months over several things, such as them being paid less than the minimum wage law, and them not getting back pay, and them not getting overtime. And the strike comes the day after Eugene Systems released Back to Hell, an expansion of Steel Division Normandy 44. It is true that the French in particular are good at striking, and so, but it does seem like they were trying to negotiate. This is not a situation where they went on strike for the tiniest insignificant thing. They're getting underpaid and overworked like so many other video game creators, it seems. It seems a little strange that all 44 didn't walk out. That's a pretty weak strike, honestly. But we'll see how this goes and if there's any more information about it. But it sounds good. Sounds like they're doing the thing that they feel like they need to do, and I would agree with them. After 15 months of negotiation. There we go. Well, I'm not going to have a ton of stuff to talk about, so I'm going to move over to the European account from here, and we'll come back. I'll probably come back in a post-game show, a post-show play, or maybe even tomorrow, trying to speed up this process. That's going to be it for this recording. Stay tuned if you're watching live. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on basically any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. If you like what I'm doing and want to support me, gift me a game on Steam. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
Come, sit a while and relax.
Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back with another live stream of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, February 16th. We started late, so it's already 9:44, and we're just at the European account. And we've got a watch and learn with nobody online, and we've got something to trade. So do I want to try and, like, it's ridiculous to get rid of the watch and learn, and it's kind of ridiculous to get rid of the $60 paladin, so I've got to leave both, and we'll just try and play some paladin priest. And how can we do that? We can try to play ranked, and this Murloc deck might work for us. Daily quests, not particularly a super big issue if I don't get them all done today. I'm just trying to get through the news, and then I'm gonna probably move into some post-game show play, post-show play, and muted post-show play. That's what they used to call it. And then maybe even tomorrow, off-screen, I'll play some more. So, Twitch has launched a new Discord-like chat channels for streamers, according to TechSpot, which I guess I am going to keep TechSpot in my collection now of new sources for information. Let's see. Twitch is aiming to give more streamers more control over their audience. I need to make this bigger. Oh, by the way, the Ajit Patai of FCC is under investigation for corruption. We'll see if he actually gets convicted or punished. Twitch streaming may be an appealing job for many, but it comes with its own set of risks, specifically privacy-related ones. Sure, swatting, home invasions are a risk to be concerned about. Starting today, the live streaming platform is launching both public and private chat rooms for streamers to take advantage of. And this, to me, feels like it's going to immediately be misused, and the private streaming rooms are going to be where the real naughty talk happens, or just where the subscribers that pay a certain amount are allowed in. Let's see. There's a video here. What is this video of? Introducing rooms. Stream chat. What's funny is YouTube introduced a very similar concept, and I doubt it's a coincidence, where there's top chat now, and then there is just live chat, where live chat was the default chat before. The difference is that effectively means, in fact, I'm not even in live chat mode right now, so that could be an issue. You have to switch it to live chat every time now, it seems. YouTube, and I would argue maybe Twitch in the same way, is devaluing chat people so that they have to pay more to have the same value they used to have, which is kind of really, really bad. Like, that's what Super Chat really turned into immediately, almost, is the idea that you would put people in different categories and make people pay for their voices to count. The rich have more votes with their voice than anybody else. Change the health of all minions to 1. How about we do this? And this. And that. Just play defensively. And then do that. So it seems very much like Discord, which is the idea of having different Discord text channels. So you have a mod channel. As much as I understand Discord, which I really don't, and this feels like it might very well be the end of Discord for many people. In addition to simply segregating segmenting the audience, segregating or segmenting, it's the same in this instance. Let's see. In addition to simply segmenting the audience based on credentials or donations, streamers can also create dedicated rooms for things like game spoiler discussions. Whether or not the audiences will abide by given rooms rules is another matter. Regardless, adding streamers having more control over the audience in the discussions could serve to cut down on the toxicity, quote unquote, typically associated with many streamers' chat boxes. I don't understand. If you put it in quotes like that, are you ironically saying the phrase toxicity, or do you really believe in using the phrase toxicity? Like, you lost me there, game. Tech spot. Yeah, that's gonna probably, in the long run, for some channels, hurt your channel, because the vast numbers, I would say the majority of people on Twitch that are chatting are only there to chat. If they for a second feel like you're ignoring them, I don't think they're gonna stay watching your channel. Even on my simple implementations of YouTube chat, I totally get the feeling, and pretty much have been confirmed, that if I'm AFK, if I walk out of the room for 5 minutes and I'm not responding to somebody asking a question, they almost always are immediately upset and mad. Even if it takes me a few minutes to respond to a question, sometimes people are impatient. But if it becomes obvious people aren't listening, that's no good. People want to be heard, even if you aren't listening. They want to feel like they were heard. Moving on, Gamma Sutra has an article. Unity has acquired the Pro Builder level design tool and hires its creators. So, let's see. It's a 3D modeling and level design tool, and it's being added to Unity, which it's a little bit scary, I would say, for the way that Unity is growing its ability and its potential abilities, for that to actually just be by hiring other people. But it could be a good thing too. The software itself looks like it might be slightly useful for freehand drawing 3D models. It actually looks pretty useless if you're trying to do any specific distances or measurements like an actual architectural design. That being said, last time I looked at something like AutoCAD, which is for architectural design, that program is just a huge mess of buttons all over the place, and it's super convoluted and complicated. So maybe it is easier for people to use something simple like Pro Builder or a simpler interface. Unity is still the slightly easier to do. I guess we'll play casual instead of ranked. Yeah, I would say Unity is the easier engine between it and Unreal. You'll get better programming, better design out of Unreal, but you have to put more effort into it and be a little bit smarter about it. But you'll get a better product in the end if you are smarter and spend more time on it. PC Gamer has an article called The History of Ion Storm, the tumultuous story of two of the most influential studios in PC gaming history. That's funny, I've never heard of Ion Storm. I kind of would like to read this article, but unfortunately it's a long one. It is a long one, and this is really just a history tale. It would be probably a little easier just to
Protect the wild.
go
I
to the
will
Wikipedia
fight with honor.
article of Hearthstone. I don't know why I'm keeping these cards particularly. I'm scrolling through and seeing a lot of pictures of a lot of games I don't recognize. And then the next page, man, 2 pages even.
The legions I command.
Ironstorm apparently worked on Deus Ex, the original Deus Ex game. Of course, that's not the people working on the current Deus Ex game, unless they changed their name. Just gotta play this and this. So that's way too long of an article. Check it out yourself if you're interested. I don't think we're going to be doing job listings today. The game Where the Water Tastes Like Wine flows out. Well, the name of the game is Where the Water Tastes Like Wine. It's coming out February 28th. So finally we've got a date for that game. Very interesting trailer. And we're not going to do job listings.
Time waits for no one.
And in Australia, a body hacker who put his travel pass into his hand, they deactivated the South Wales government deactivated the travel pass, and so now he's suing. When news of the implant made headlines, transit authorities said the card would be cancelled as tampering with them is a breach of their terms of use. But as the chip was in his hand wasn't registered to Meow Meow, he was able to use it for almost a year before the transit for North Southern Wales. In that,
Uther versus Jaina.
You asked for it.
he changed his name to Meow Meow. His legal name is Meow Meow. Yeah, New South Wales is what it stands for. Alright. So he got another whole year out of it. Let's see, they switched off the cart just after he arrived back in Australia following a cyber convention in US effect he called ironic and hilarious.
Move quickly. Done.
Yeah, let's see. Meow Meow has vowed to take this to the court. He says that they breached its contract and unlawfully canceled the card. He's already expected to appear before Sydney Court March 16th to contest a $200 fine for riding the train without a valid ticket. So they're really going after him. Like, this is bad advertisement, right, frankly. Like, why didn't they just say, oh, this is cool, let's just let him on and leave it alone and use it as its own form of good advertisement instead of making it bad news and canceling it. Like, even if he was hacking it in such a way so he's getting free train rides. How much are you really losing in a year that you could gain in good advertising for free? Let's see. Moving on, PC Gamer has an article. Bungie discusses a plan to buff Destiny 2's least loved exotics. So some of the high-end weapons and armor are getting a rebalance next month, and the Graviton Lance might no longer suck like the... So yeah, there's a list here of weapons for Destiny 2. Destiny 2 is just a mess though. Like, nothing's gonna fix Destiny 2, I don't think. I don't see how you really could fix it. Let's go ahead and attack with this and see what happens. It's just an ice barrier.
Already attacked.
Attack. These two, and then turn. Moving on. Pokemon Go also has a Lunar New Year event and a new shiny Pokemon. Let's see. To celebrate the Year of the Dog, Pokemon Go is certainly offering increased Stardust when you catch a Pooch-related Pokemon. Alright, fair enough. That seems like a nice integrate. This includes the Fire Dog, Growlithe, Electric Dog, Electrikite, Fairy Dog, Snubbull, Wolfie Dog, Puccina, and Eevee, which is more of a fox, but we'll go with it. Let's see. Houndour is presumably left out because it was featured in last year's Halloween event. This also marks the appearance of a new Pokemon variety for Puccina, and therefore also an evolution. Its evolution, Mighty Hina. Anecdotal evidence suggests the shiny variant is, as usual, a rare find. So if you're still playing Pokemon Go, they're still adding content. Honestly though, I don't think that that's helpful. Here's a TechSpot article that has nothing to do with games, so I'm gonna have to filter some of this stuff because I just don't have enough time to talk about non-video game things. Even if it is tech-related things, if it's not directly video games, let's just skip it. Gameloft is facing a lawsuit from an outsourcing firm over copyright infringement. The Vietnam-based outsourcing firm ClassEgg has filed a lawsuit against Gameloft, Gameloft USA, and Gameloft Iberica, parent company Vivendi, in response to assets it alleges are illegitimately created by the ClassEgg employees. Were illegitimately created by a ClassEgg employees for Gameloft's Asphalt series games. I will fight with honor. So is it that these games were made by an employee and then not authorized for use in the Gameloft game by the company that actually owned the copyright of them? Because he was working for, like, he was a work for hire employee, so everything he created was the property of the company, which that should never be allowed. Let's see. The suit was filed last summer. It indicates it's still going on. There's indications that it's still going on. Oh no, ClassEgg is seeking damages from Gameloft for copyright infringement, unfair competition, and misappropriation of their trade secrets. So, is this employee still working for ClassEgg, or is he working for Gameloft now? I believe Gameloft also, I think it might have some tie into GameStop, but maybe not. Let's just assume not, because I don't remember. The suit alleges that the outsourcing firm hired to produce the assets for Asphalt series, Alive Interactive, and Hung Thin 3D hired a Glass Egg employee to create those 3D assets without Glass Egg's knowledge or permission. The employee is said to have used equipment, hardware, and trade secrets belonging to Glass Egg in the creation of these assets. The company says that the models created were passed back to the outsourcing firm and from there to Gameloft for use in at least 3 Asphalt titles. So on one hand, it sounds like this company, this Vietnam-based company, says they own that guy and everything he works on, while they're taking an attitude very similar to that, and that could be wrong or it could be right, because if he really did use equipment and hardware, because equipment and hardware could be like everything. He may be living in a company-owned apartment. Every desk, pencil, piece of paper, clothing on his back might have been provided by that company in a country like Vietnam. I am speculating highly here, but it's not unheard of. It's certainly what happens in China when you're working for some of those factories. Everything is the company's, so using any of it. And then if you ignore the equipment hardware part, if they're saying trade secrets, they're basically saying everything that employee learned as an employee there can only ever be used as for that company, which inherently shouldn't be allowed. That should be the risk, and this is what boils down to my thought that there really shouldn't be much, if any, copyright at all. This is an example of a company, I imagine, that's not very nice to their employees. And instead of treating their employees nice and paying them well, he clearly needed to go get a job, do some side work to make more money. And he took what he learned, knowledge that is his, knowledge that a company has to give up if they want to get any work out of it. But they're calling it trade secrets, which in any other way of looking at it is just knowledge. And that knowledge might be a protected knowledge if a company pays somebody enough, pays their employees well enough to honor those secrets. But if the company treats them poorly for any way, that should be their penalty, is that employee goes out and works somewhere else. A great example there is if somebody works at McDonald's and they were trained how to cook McDonald's burgers and they're treated poorly at McDonald's, well, guess what? They can go to Burger King and there should be no law saying they have to forget everything they learned on how to cook McDonald's burgers at Burger King. There's no real information here on this Gamma Sutra article, sadly. Gameloft USA has filed to have the case dismissed, but the request was ultimately denied. There's some talk here about, is Gameloft really responsible for checking with the outsourcing company to check the copyrights of the employees they hire? In a lot of ways, that's exactly what outsourcing is, though. It's a legitimate company hiring an illegitimate company to hire a slightly less illegitimate company, slightly more illegitimate company, so that there's layers of abstraction there. So Gameloft still looks like they're the good guys, when it's very possible just by walking through the door and outsourcing, you know you're trying to hire employees at a lower amount of pay, with less worker rights, and with less benefits for those workers. If your company outsources, you are in the wrong. So there really are no good guys here. The Vietnam-based company Glass Egg, not really a good guy. The outsourcing company, not really a good guy. The Game Loft, not really the good guy. This is all business people trying to screw everybody around them, and in the end, everybody suffers and everybody gets treated worse. So, if I could turn this into a slightly bigger rant. Game Loft, hire your own employees, don't outsource. Buy American, employ American. You're a US based company. Don't send people over to Vietnam. Glass Egg, pay your employees, and then they'll keep your trade secrets, or don't complain when you don't pay your employees or treat your employees well and they go and have to get out of work. And whatever the outsourcing firm is, which let's see. The outsourcing firm is not even named in this article. Yeah. That outsourcing firm, get out of the business, is all I can say. Outsourcing is wrong. It should never be done at all. It's only done to exploit employees. Nobody gets a better deal except for the corporations when they outsource. That's why it's universally disliked. In an interesting twist, this really isn't video game related, but I want to talk about this. AMD will give Ryzen APU customers a free processor to help flash their firmware. AMD will send you a free boot kit to help you set up a latest Ryzen APU. So the Ryzen plus Vega APU chips launched earlier this week with a fairly positive critical reception. However, not everybody's had the easy time making use of the new budget-friendly APUs. Let's see, change all health to 1, or do this. Memory speed is important for the chips, and the current DDR4 RAM pricing may prevent many users from using full advantage of them. The AMD's new APUs are naturally compatible with the socket AM4 motherboards you need to perform a motherboard firmware update to support the new chips. The requirement is nothing new in the industry, and the only recourse for most customers is having to go out and pick up the cheapest processor their motherboard can support to perform the necessary firmware flash. Naturally, this situation is far from ideal. Interesting. Like, I've never bought such a top-of-the-line motherboard that I needed to buy another CPU to put in the top-of-the-line CPU. A support page in the company's website says AMD will send you a boot kit to help you flash your firmware. The kit consists of a bare minimum you'll need to get your system up: a dual-core A6 9500 APU. Users do need to send the chip back when they're finished with it, but that's really a nice thing to do. Of course, they'll probably charge you an arm and a leg if you don't send it back or it gets sent in the mail. And just don't buy APUs that are so new that your motherboard doesn't by default support them. That's one of the things that going to a site like Newegg will help you with, is knowing whether that will work or not. Honestly, that's literally insane too. Why isn't there a mode in the current APU where it goes into a legacy mode? It works long enough to flash the other things, and then you're done. To flash the better processor. Or why isn't there a built-in system even of some small amount of ROM that owns at least a default firmware upgrade for BIOSes? There should be more compatibility than that. It's pretty insane.
Put this apple on your head.
Let's see, we already talked about that. If you sign in this week to GTA Online, you'll get $250,000 in GTA's online currency, which is a ridiculously large amount in any other currency except for this. In this currency, it's actually pretty much nothing, from what I hear, because there's so many hackers that change things anyways. GTA Online is a mess of a game too, but I figured I'd let people know. In a shocking turn of events, System Shock, I guess pun intended, actually I didn't mean to make a pun there, System Shock's reboot has been put on hiatus 18 months after it raised $1.3 million on Kickstarter. Developer Night Dive Studios has announced that it's putting it on hiatus after letting things get out of control. What do you mean things got out of control? What got out of control? What's out of control other than the fact that you took a bunch of money and you can't make the game that you promised? Which is really what this is. 18 months after the project was successfully kickstarted. So, does that mean they really haven't made any progress at all? Well, this actually helps me. If System Shock's reboot never comes out, then I have really no reason to race to playing the original System Shock or the remaster of System Shock, whatever it is. As our concept grew and our team changed, explained Night Dive CEO Stephen Kick. That's an interesting last name, Kick. We need noble sacrifice. Return it to life with 1 health. Let's do noble sacrifice again.
Reporting for duty. I will not hold back.
Let's go ahead and kill this one. As our concept grew and our team changed, why would your concept grow? So did the scope of what we were doing and with the budget for the game. As the budget grew, we began a long series of conversations with potential publishing partners. The more we worked on the game, the more we wanted to do, and the further we got from the original concepts from the that made System Shock so great. Like, literally all you should have been doing is remaking the original game. So it should have effectively the same number of levels, effectively the same number of enemies. It honestly, since System Shock is such an old game, anyway, it should be almost like a shot-for-shot remake. Adding new enemies, adding new levels, adding new gameplay mechanics, all those things are not welcome in this game. They would have been fine if we wanted to have a teaser trailer at the end of this game and say, oh yes, we're also working on System Shock 2, and in that all these new concepts will happen. I'm gonna lose here.
Well
let's see. As the CEO and founder of Night Dive Studios, which Night Dive Studios I need to look up, but it always seemed like it was a little bit of an odd company. Let's see their Wikipedia page. It was founded in 2012, and I think it kind of only was founded to bring back old games. Let's see, 2014 Strife Veteran Edition, Spirits of Xanadu in 2015, System Shock Enhanced Edition, and this was developed both by Looking Glass Technologies and Night Dive Studios. 2016 is Room, and then System Shock was going to come out 2018, and then a System Shock 3 was to be announced. Then they acquired a System Shock 2, Wizardry 6, 7, and 8. I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Interesting. That's a game, a point-and-click adventure game I played a long time. Shadow Man, The Seventh Guest, The 11th Hour, Harvester Games, Spy Fox, and Puppet. Some of the humongous games. When did they re-release a bunch of old games to get money to make new games? Just re-releasing a ton of old point-and-click adventures. Sid Meier's Games 2. Fatty Bear and Pajana Sam games are like kids games. Something called Slave Zero, haven't heard of that. Some flying games. I think all these games are really, really old. And somebody would have had to have some passion for Turok 2 Seeds of Evil in 2017. Like, somebody had some major passion for these old games, or they bought them up because they were available cheap. That might also have been the answer. Here, I'm about to kill all these people with an explosive attack. No, wow, bad shot. Stephen King had been a character artist with Sony Online Entertainment, but had found the desire to make his own games. He could not find a way to legally acquire System Shock 2, which had seemed to fell into abandonware, which abandonware is a very shady term. And he began investigating it, and were hung up between EA, the publisher, and Meadowbrook Insurance Group, a subsidiary of an insurance company which had acquired the assets to the game developers. Looking Glass Studios, after their closure, approached Kirk. The insurance company acquired the assets from Looking Glass Studios. So the fishiness here is you were dealing with this insurance company that doesn't know anything about the video game industry, and they probably were making it very difficult to get the rights to a lot of these games. And I assume all of these games were under something like that, where it was EA and Looking Glass Studios and several other companies. Let's see. So I kind of wonder if the Night Dive name is an implication of, like, in the middle of the night diving into a dumpster and collecting things out of somebody's trash. Well, I guess it could be a night water dive too. You also got Humongous Entertainment somehow. He was also working on making remakes for other games, but he couldn't get the companies to agree to give him rights. Yeah, Night Dive is a weird one. Not really making any new games though. That's kind of the problem. There's a list here of 6 games, 2 of which now have not been actually made. And they've got nothing on their slate besides System Shock and System Shock 3. According to Wikipedia.
For justice.
But acquisitions, they've acquired and re-released about 100 games. So they're almost more like a publisher than an actual game developer. And they just don't have the team, I would imagine. Does he say this? Say anything? Kick continued, I let things get out of control. I can tell you that I did it for the right reasons, that I was totally committed to making great games, but it has become clear to me that we took the wrong path and that we turned our backs on the very people who made this possible, our Kickstarter backers. To that end, the decision has been made to put the team on a hiatus while we reassess our past so that we can return to our vision. However, Kick insists this is merely a break and not the end of a project. Please accept my personal assurance that we will be back stronger than ever. System Shock is going to be completed and that all our promises will be fulfilled. I think I've heard that one before. As far as Kickstarters, this is why you don't support Kickstarters. Like, on the face of it, this would have been one of the most safe Kickstarter things to support ever, and it just doesn't work out. They take the money and run. Kick here seems like an idealist. He seems like he loves games, and he tried to re-release a bunch of games that weren't available for purchase for a long time. But I don't think he has the team that can actually make any new games. It also might be that he just was really smart and figured out a way to milk the audience and make money cheaply by selling old favorites. Kick offered no suggestion as to when the studio's self-imposed break might end and work on System Shock reboot would resume. Hopefully it won't be too long before the Night Dive gets back on track for the sake of the team and the backers alike. Well, it's not like the backers are really going to hunt him down or anything. And it's not like you can legally take him to court. So everybody's just kind of screwed. I don't see a reason why you need a hiatus in the first place. It's like, either you can get the work done or you can't. And if you were giving one programmer a week's vacation, that's one thing. But this sounds like every single programmer and person working on the game is taking at least 5 months off. Maybe they all got different jobs. Maybe there was only one programmer in the office in the first place. But this is not the way to fix things. Moving on, Dungeon 2 is free for 48 hours in the Good Old Games Chinese New Year sale. Let's see. King of Fighters 2002 was also available. Of course, when you go to Good Old Games, you're getting it only on Good Old Games. I believe. So, no Steam codes. Here I'm on the website. Get it for free. And I could log in if I wanted to, but I'm not going to bother. Yeah, Good Old Games is just not going to ever work for me. Not unless Good Old Games is willing to give me a free copy of every game already in my Steam account. And there still would need to be some reason why I would move from Steam to Good Old Games. I mean, they tried. They gave me Witcher 3 on Good Old Games. CG Project Red, I believe, owns, at least in part, Good Old Games, by the way, so that's weird. There's a game called The Ballad Singer's Story that promises 40 endings and 1,700 unique paths. Anytime you hear numbers that big, you can go ahead and assume that they are not intentionally different or very different paths. How is this game actually played, though? It looks like a choose-your-own-adventure book with some interesting art. Let me watch the trailer. But I've seen some games like this before. Good-looking art, but mostly stationary art with text and 2 text options. Yep, and that's exactly what I'm being shown in the trailer right now. On the left side of the screen is a book with text options, and then you click on something and it just kind of fades to the next image. So, sure, yeah.
Move quickly.
In that setup, there will be 40 endings and 17,000 different scenarios because there's practically no artwork happening at all. Does seem like you play as 4 different characters, and when one dies you have to play as the others. That's slightly interesting. That's what this trailer is implying. Kill this one. I shouldn't have done that, actually, because I was just gonna do this next turn anyways.
Don't tell me what to do!
I wish there was a way to increase my spell damage by 1. A trailer like this, you don't even have to make it to the end of the trailer. You know what this game is. Ballad Song. Probably the nicest looking story, choose your own adventure storybook in video game form yet, but still, that's not a good thing. I prefer to just read it in a book. Apple requires all new iOS apps to support the iPhone X's Super Retina display. Tech spot. Man, I'm really gonna have to filter out some of this stuff. That's not very video game related. So we'll just skip that. We already talked about this. Stellaris Apocalypse expansion and a free 2.0 churn update have been detailed in a new video. So if you like the game Stellaris, they're due to arrive next week. I don't know what Stellaris is, actually. I've heard the name, but just watch the trailer. Be nice to get a victory. I want to end on a victory here and not lose yet again. Alright, 6 is the thing.
For justice.
This and that. killed that one. And attack with these two. Stellaris is some kind of massive simulator battles in space. Yes, I remember what this game is now, and that's why I'm not interested in it. But if you're into Stellaris, you can get the Apocalypse expansion and the free update on the February 22nd.
Tonight, a tale of glorious redemption.
Jade Serpent guide you.
For justice.
Do I want to kill this guy? Or do I not?
Reporting for
Let's
duty.
just keep playing safe. Close that article, moving on. There's a game called Menders where you become a human cannonball in the sandbox platformer.
Total corruption.
Let's see, it's very... I don't know if you call this low polygon or just very polygonal intentionally. Let's see. Play. That video don't want to. It's taking too long to load. It's because it's auto playing 5 different images on the same page. Menders is $5 on Steam. Let's just say that. It's a weird looking bounce yourself as a ball around a map to a goal. So almost kind of like Rocket League if you were playing as the ball. Well, actually you're not playing as the ball. You're playing as a character that's picking up the ball and then carrying it, it seems, because you have to actually get to the ball first too. Well, where are we now? Where are we now? Has anybody shown up? I guess not, so let's add somebody new. Send a friend request. We need to get one more victory with the Paladin or Priest. We've been playing the Murlocs the whole time, so we'll try the Priest next time. It's been another 45 minutes. We're certainly just going to keep on going, I guess. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on basically any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. If you like what I'm doing and want to support me, click on Gift Me a Game on Steam. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we are back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, February 16th. I just realized that even though we started late this Friday, it doesn't kind of matter either because Friday streams never get any viewers anyways. Anybody on the chat. So I did right by doing a different video earlier today. We're gonna just add random people as we play, and the reason for that is I need to watch and learn. I need also one more victory. We were playing the Paladin Murloc deck. Let's try this custom priest and see what this happens. We still have, even though this is the third recording of today, we still have some news to talk about, And after that, though, that'll be the end of this stream. I'm banging my head against a new Twitter channel I'm following called TechSpot that is talking half about video game related things and half about just tech related things, and there are a lot of overlap, but there are also things that don't overlap. For instance, FDA approving a blood test to detect concussions. Nice to hear. Nothing really to do with video games, more to do with real world sports.
The legions I command.
Let's see. PC Gamer has an article, Why Digital Extremes is finally reworking Warframe's level progression. Instead of constantly pushing forward, Digital Extremes is finally looking back. And I think the reason, in part, is Jim Sterling, because he was playing a lot of Warframe. In between being a wrestler, he decided to play a lot of Warframe, and he's been talking about it a lot, and I think he directly contacted and pushed for them to fix some things that the community has been not happy about for a while. However, this PC Game article, I'm going to actually see if Jim Sterling is even mentioned. Because the thing with anybody that claims responsibility for anything, and Jim Sterling does certainly claim responsibility for affecting the industry probably more than he legitimately could. Why didn't I do that first? That was a mistake.
By the light.
But the problem in that is there's always a chance, you know, just always a chance that people are not seeing the world or telling the truth. Let's see, find. So, Jim. No results for Jim. Sterling. Let's see. Try that again. S-T-E-R-L. Nope. There's no Jim Sterling mentioned in this article, so PC Gamer has a completely different reason than what Jim Sterling would claim is the case. Who is telling the truth? I guess people would have to be more into Warframe to know that which is telling the truth or not. I've really kind of gotten to the point where I'm just ironically watching Jim Sterling's content to see what a failed person who doesn't want to play video games and doesn't want to be a video game critic is like. Of course, that's pretty much all of the escapist. Even Zero Punctuation, that's like, I'm still subscribed to him on my YouTube channel, but I don't really watch his content, and he only makes about one video a month. And he's doing animation, so he's that probably take a lot of effort. He probably spends a month to make a 10-minute animation, and I'm not sure he's getting rewarded. Well, maybe he's got patrons that are paying for it. I'm gonna move forward since I don't care about Warframe though. I'm probably never gonna play it. Gameloft is in the news for a different reason. Despite increased downloads, Gameloft sees a drop in daily and monthly average users, according to a report detailing the company's fiscal year ending December 27th. Vivendi posted revenues of 15.6 billion for a year, up 15% year over year, and profits grew by 73.9% year over year to 1.6 billion. However, Gameloft only saw a 12% growth in revenue. Let's see. What can I do? Double the health. Deal 1 damage to all minions. Attack. And guess heal. And that's, I guess, all we can do. Gameloft sells 12% growth in revenue from advertising activities and sales via app stores, with more than 2.5 million downloads per day across all platforms in 2017. 65% of Gameloft's revenues were generated by internally developed franchises from titles like Disney Magic Kingdoms and Asphalt 8 Airborne. The Asphalt series, of course, was the series that Glass Egg was claiming they used material that they didn't have a copyright for. The developer maintained the average 2.5 million downloads per day throughout 2017. Maintaining an average seems like they may have fudged the numbers there. But its monthly active users dropped by 128 million, while the daily active users fell by to 15 million. So, how can two of the most important numbers drop, yet the number of downloads stay the same? That seems like fudging the numbers one way or the other. Even if they just have somebody they're paying to continuously download a copy over and over again of the same thing. Copy a card from the opponent's deck. We'll try it. Charge, can attack heroes. Gameloft disclaims that its reporting results for 2016 only account for the later half of the year due to it being consolidated. It's worth noting that they did not mention the closure of its New Orleans studio or layoffs at Madrid. So yeah, Gameloft is in trouble, or if you want to go down the conspiracy theory, Gamasutra and other news reporting agencies are not happy with Gameloft and they're reporting trouble to lower their stock value, I suppose.
Job's done.
I could see Gameloft being in trouble. I could see the mobile gaming community bubble bursting. I could see I can see that happening. I could, yeah, microtransactions, particularly if they get legislated, could kill a decent collection of. Let's try this priest deck this time. Yeah, you could see people like King that owns Candy Crush just shut down in a night if microtransactions go away, or people get smart enough to stop buying microtransactions. Moving on, PC Gamer has an article, Farming Simulator 19 reveal trailer wants you to farm like you never before. And for the first time in the series, in history, you see a barn, a dog, some horses, I think, and a handsome man, and a truck in the following farm. So, no pigs in the trailer reveal. Farming Simulator is due out in fall and autumn this year. An update here. says pigs will. This article is obsessed with whether the game has pigs or not. Pigs will. All animals in Farming Simulator 17 Platinum Edition will be in 19 with the addition of horses. Similar for crops too. The fact that they're up to 19 in Farming Simulators kind of ridiculous. You probably could be at version 4 and just put out patches and work on it, but people like to play these games, particularly in Europe for some reason. I don't know why. Different mentality, I guess. It's probably calming. But who knows. Google has removed the view image button from the image searches following a Getty Images settlement. And the internet is not happy with it. I'm not happy with it at all. Well, it makes you go to the website first to see the image. It probably doesn't change too much unless there's something on the website that's going to try and stop you from right-clicking and saving an image. And see, this is one of the things most people don't know about Google. Google's constantly being sued by everybody, and they're constantly getting forced to not implement new technology or make current technology worse by everybody, because Google, at least a few decades ago, was a major disruptor in many markets. Now maybe not so much, but it is something to consider, and the world is now worse. So the view image button used to allow users to view a given image without needing to actually visit the website it was being hosted on. This feature was beneficial to virtually everyone. It was particularly handy for those with tighter data caps who prefer not load entire websites to view a single image. In addition to the view images button removal, it seems the resolution search button has disappeared. Previously, it was possible to click on a given image's resolution text to be whisked away to another search, which listed all occurrences of that image throughout Google at different resolutions. Since announcing the changes, Google has elaborated on the reasoning. Ultimately, Google Image is a way for people to discover information in the cases of where browsing images is a better experience than text. Having a single button to take people to actionable information about an image is good for users, web publishers, and copyright. The company also confirmed their decision was due at least in part to the previously mentioned settlement with Getty Images. And we could go on. Let's see, there is a extension for Google Chrome. However, I'll just go ahead and install that right now to the extension is called Make Google Image Search Great Again. It's available for Firefox and Chrome, and its source code is on GitHub. Bing and DuckDuckGo and other search engines still offer the same functionality for the moment. And I use the view image all the time, particularly because I'm downloading images to put on Facebook, like silly meme images. Not my public Facebook, my private Facebook. I only annoy my true friends and family with that garbage. Two articles particularly about, can you embed images on your website without violating copyright? Apparently a judge in New York thinks you are violating copyright, where all precedent in the past says no, you weren't. And now you can't even view an image, to download an image to use in what is probably direct copyright infringement. I don't know. Again, more argument I could have to go back to the rant that copyright should be extremely limited. It's way too crazy, way too wild. Copyright and patents in particular, you had to give a working model of something like an engine to the patent office to get a patent. And copyright was really only for books originally, so that somebody couldn't take your 500-page novel and copy everything. And we've gone from the extension that you have a copyright on your entire novel down to the point where you can't probably even quote more than a sentence or two without somebody claiming you're violating their copyright. The NFL, for instance, a single photo of Tom Brady. Moving on, Gematsu has a article, well, not really an article. Cyber Dimension Neptunia 4 Goddesses Online will launch February 27th for PC. It includes English, Japanese, and traditional Chinese subtitles, but no, I assume, well, I'm assuming no actually voiced things. Who can we kill? We can kill this one. And we can do that. What kind of game is it? It has story, 4-person dungeon raids, and magical, and fashion. And what is this? It's an RPG apparently. And the single image is a bunch of anime girls. Well, I'm already following it, so... Well, according to Steam, it does have full audio in English and in Japanese. It just has subtitles in traditional Chinese. But it is also an online game, or the idea of it being... Maybe it isn't an online game. We'll go back. That might just be the name. Goddesses Online. Single player. Online multiplayer. Alright. It has a single player element. So it does deserve to be on the follow list. We're gonna kill this time. You can buy the Ender's Knife for half off right now during the sale. Why did this not show up when I was looking at all the games on sale? I must have just zoomed through it. The Ender's Knife is like Super Meat Boy in some ways. It plays a little bit differently. Well, in a lot of ways it's like Super Meat Boy. So I'm not sure I'd ever actually play it myself, but I kind of still want it. Just to support the creator. Like, let's see. This. This. I'm not doing jobs today. Apple Park employees keep walking into the building's glass walls. Apple Park is like the new area that Apple employees are working at. They built this new facility. They put a bunch of giant glass walls everywhere because, frankly, simply put, Steve Jobs was obsessed with glass walls, and because of that, he was also involved in the development of this place. I've lost. Darn it. We're going back to the Murlocs. Again, not very video game released. BlazBlue Cross Tag Battle has pricing and DLC announced. Let's see, what is the pricing? Let's see that. Come on, rock paper shotgun. Tell me the actual information. Let's see. The English version of BlazBlue Cross Tag Battle. Back to the mailbox. Will be landing June 5th, a few days after the Japanese debut. The basic version costs $50. The deluxe edition, which includes all the characters present and future, is priced at $70. So kind of expensive, but not really. And the season pass neatly splits the difference. So if you just want to buy the game later and then buy the season pass late at a different time, that's $20. So that's just the same thing, I would assume. Buy the basic version, check it out. Any of these fighting games, once you get to the level of knowing what you're doing in a fighting game and whether you're going to play it enough to get your money out of it, I guess. Like, you really do have to think trying to move into fighting games for the first time. Compared to a $60 like action game, compared to something like Assassin's Creed, where you're going to put 60 hours at least into the play. You could very easily not do that in a fighting game and still pay the amount. You may be paying a very high premium to play for only a few hours. Let's see. This one. And make sure this one is Divine Shield before I do this. And the DLC characters, I'll watch the trailer and see if I can describe or indicate what the DLC characters are. I'm not sure if any of them are actually recognizable from anything else, or if they're just new characters. Watching people play these games, Platinum the Trinity is one character. This anime girl with a giant hammer. Doesn't look like she's recognizable from anything else. Licked Crease Executioner Ore. Like, I don't think that's from anything else either. It sounds German. Ore, O-R-I-E. 2 damage to all enemies. A lot of these fighting games have too much going on. Kanji Tatsumi, a male character with a like car door he's beating people with, I think. Big old piece of metal. And then it's zooming out to show several other characters that probably have already been announced or in the base game. Yeah, too much flashing, honestly. I would say Dragon Ball FighterZ does something that's sort of helpful for new players, in that it's creating a cutscene like environment whenever you're doing a major damage move, instead of having the player focus more into doing a major damage move that is also frame perfect and right in line with the rest of the engine. And so, more and more I think about it, the more and more I'm of the opinion that Dragon Ball FighterZ might be the game to play, even if you're Even if you are slightly not into Dragon Ball and you want to eventually work your way into playing something like Street Fighter or one of the Blaze Blue series or Marvel vs. Capcom, if any of those turn out to ever be good. Let's try this. Let's see, Tim Schafer is going to headline EGX Rezzed this April. I don't know what EGX Rezzed is. It's funny, there was a lot of talk about E3, but E3 is like 4 months from now. I was getting the feeling it was coming up in a month. So that's really weird. So I guess I need to just click on this article and see what EGX Rezzed is. Let's see where this is happening. Home of EGX Rezzed. It's in London, so it might be just the London version of EGX, whatever it is. Then Rock Paper Shotgun is the media partner, however, and this was a Rock Paper Shotgun article, so that's fishy. That's unethical to be promoting something that you're involved with and pretending like it's news. The thing about Tim Schafer, though, is he's just old. He's just an old generation guy that made games in the past, but he's running this company that doesn't really know how to make games in the present with modern engines. And so he's doing things like the Full Throttle remaster, which is good. It's kind of what we want from him, is we just want remastered versions of his old games. But when he tries to do something new like Broken Age, it seems like he kickstarted that, and he runs, and his company is a major board member of FIG. So he's more into kickstarting now, and like Broken Age was a Kickstarter game, and it didn't really, I didn't really like it. I don't think they know what they're doing. I don't think they have that same comedy that they used to have. And I think that's probably because Tim Schafer was really only one of 3 or 4 people that made the old LucasArts games that he was involved with good. A chat app maker called Kako, K-A-K-A-O, has gotten a $130 million investment for its games business. Seriously, Hearthstone. It's 11 o'clock at night. Will you freaking let me have a victory? Oh, I so hate this game sometimes. Put me up against somebody who will let me beat them, or that will randomly disconnect, or whatever. I don't care. Just quit matchmaking me. This deck isn't that bad. It doesn't deserve to lose 6 games in a row. Look at this. We're at a 57 win ratio somehow. How do we have it that high? This is just irritating. Kako, K-A-K-O, no, K-A-K-A-O, is a Korean chat app. The company behind the Korean chat app, Kako Talk. And guess who gave them the 130? Who, at least in part, gave them the $130 million investment? Tencent. So the apparently Black Desert Online is made by Keiko Games too. So the Chinese company Tencent, which is investing in everything that it can, is investing into a Korean company. I swear Tencent's gonna go down in some kind of money laundering scandal in 10 to 15 years. This is my wild speculation, and it's going to take with it potentially 10% of the entire video game industry, because they'll just have money that they invested over and over again into everybody. Well, the game Demo, D-E-E-M-O, 2 E's, for the Switch is getting 24 new tracks. Let's see. I want to watch this trailer. Seems like there's a pretty significant number of music games on the Switch, more than 2 or 3. It could be I'm just seeing articles about the same music games. However, there's also a possibility. Demo started its life as a mobile phone game, and it has kind of a cutesy sort of anime art style, but I would say it's closer to like a Korean art style, or a really good Western artist doing something like an anime art style. It's just not quite Japanese enough. I know that sounds weird to say that, but frankly that's sometimes exactly what these feel like. Why it has even that much animation, I don't even know. The idea of Switch games getting updates is groundbreaking in itself, honestly. I was also supposed to be friending people. Give me a friend that I can watch and learn from. Maybe I can learn to win. I'm salty now. This is just pure salt. It's gonna be spewed.
Let me think.
I still got so many articles too. Did I already talk about Monster Prom? The competitive dating sim in which you hook up with monsters. Let's see, do we have any information about this game when it releases? It's released April 27th, 2018. No price tag listed, though.
Let me think.
Tonight, a tale of terrible tragedy.
This and that.
Job's done.
See, the thing, can be played locally or online. You can go solo, but it really sounds like there's an experience designed to be shared with a couple of other people. The thing here is I don't see what the real gameplay is on this. On Monster Prom. The art's got me interested. It's a unique comic book kind of art style. I don't know if I want to use Archie as something. I'll put it on my follow list. It's labeled as a single playable game.
Let me think.
A lot of it though looks like it's kind of visual novel-y with maybe a few decision things. But it's such a different type of game. I can't just knock it out because of that. Travis showed up on the chat. He said, "Hey Rydo, happy Friday." Hey Travis. I'm banging my head against my European account right now, trying to both get somebody to get online so I can do a watch and learn, which means I have to watch somebody win, and to get one more victory with a paladin or priest. And I have tried so many games with the paladin priest and have not succeeded for this last 5th victory. I haven't even looked at the American account yet. As soon as I just get done with the news, I'm gonna call it maybe a night. I started really late because of the other video. I don't know if I really needed to live stream that video. I was thinking more people might interact, but being a Friday, I don't know if more people would have interacted no matter what. Just people are busy on Fridays. Travis says I can get on a bit if you want. Sure, if you want to hop on your European account. Do you have one? I think you do. And try to see if you can do a watch and learn and actually win. That would be cool. And that wouldn't require too much overlap in timing either, because you could be halfway to a victory when I hop in, and that should still count.
For justice.
Here's a long title from Gematsu. Fate Extella Link Tamomo no Mae Elizabeth Barthany and Lil Shuwei. Short gameplay videos and new action system detailed. So I think the name of the game is probably Fate Extella Link Tamamo no Mae, or just Fate Extella. The Fate series is a long-running multi-content series, animes, mangas, video games. Not really sure if any of them are actually good. And I think the rest of that title was just descriptions of, here's some screenshots of some new characters. The Japanese people love to make an article about 1 or 2 new screenshots. I wonder, it never really occurred to me, I wonder if you can just attribute the fact that they try to create these hype trains around games in Japan to potentially a more nefarious thought that they are actually micromanaging the time of the artists that create the games. If you're in a really terrible job, then they've got something on your computer, or they're making you go to a website and log what you're doing every hour of the day, every 5 minutes of the day. Like, the lower the number, the worse your job is. I worked a terrible job that had something on the computer that was logging every second, like, of everything. And they were looking at those numbers and using those numbers to complain about your performance over and over again. Perhaps, now, that shouldn't be the case in any job, let's just say that. But perhaps in this highly artistic job of creating video games, where almost everybody on the team is a creative personality, and they should be held to any kind of strict containers. maybe the Japanese people are doing that. And so the artists are required to make a screenshot of the game they're making every week to prove that they're working. And then since that screenshot is already made, they just give it to the news people. I'd hate to think that's the case, though. I more think that this is just how advertising in Japan works. Is they come out with a video trailer for every single character. More than likely, there's a decent equivalence of the amount of content that is made for internal, like, depiction and hype building. It's just that it doesn't get put out in Western games at the same time. Like, most Western games, it's just like E3, we've got a trailer for E3. When the game is announced, we'll have a trailer. But nothing in between. Where Japanese games, it seems like it's going on forever. Whatever this game is called, Fate Extella, it looks like almost a Dynasty Warriors game. Interesting. Well, since Dynasty Warriors 9 seems not to be that good, maybe more people will move into Fate Extella Link. Moving on. I'm not going to use that. Instead, I'm going to do this and this and this. I guess I am going to use that. There's a game called Spinch, S-P-I-N-C-H, which is a psychedelic 2D platform inspired by indie comics. What do you mean by indie comics? Do you mean indie comics from the 70s in the psychedelic era? Or do you mean indie comics today, which barely mean anything other than they're not owned by Marvel or DC? I think they're going with the psychedelic era, according to this trailer. Spinch is expected to be released this summer. It doesn't look that interesting, honestly. Even with some crazy artistic style, it still looks like the same old things we always see when it comes to platformers. Eurogamer has a review for the game Fe, F-E, not to be confused with Iron. It says it's an uneven indie from EA Originals. That kind of sucks because there's not that many EA original games at all. And so if one of them is not that good, that's great. Trevor says that he has to re-download Hearthstone because he reinstalled Windows yesterday because the PC was running slow. Well, with the Fall Creators Update, that's about the worst time to reinstall Windows. But alright, we'll see if I'm still playing online by the time that installs and everything. I probably will be at this rate. And play this. Let's see. It says Faye is an earnest eco-platformer that is at once under and overcooked. Yeah, I don't even know about Faye. Is this an early access review or is Faye out? Let's see. Because I hadn't even heard that it came out. Nor am I seeing anybody else. So let's just go down to the bottom article and
let me think.
And the bottom of the article and see what it has to say.
Tonight, a tale of glorious redemption.
Faye's real masterstroke, it says, however, occurs After the credits, when you're left to wander a landscape free to both the cloying soundtrack and the hostile presences, scooping up the last collectibles, drinking in the vistas, and witnessing the effects of the triumph. Fair enough, it's just a free play option, but it speaks powerfully to the theme of restoration and coexistence after all. In most games, the world is cast aside the very instant it's saved. Moments like this point to the experience Faye could have been if it were less ramshackle, less enthralled by certain art house titans, and more committed to its own promise. Alas, the experience we're left with is mesmerizing, but a bit of a cacophony. Boy, are those big words. That's big words to say not much.
The battle.
I'm gonna kill this one, that way it dies if it decides to attack this. So, because I can't really squeeze much more out of this article, there's no review number. Let's see.
Reporting for duty. One comment on this article is, what a strange piece, more of a dig at EA than an actual game review.
We hunger for vengeance.
The review almost comes out as a conspiracy theory, unfortunately. See, this is interesting because now the commenters are complaining about the review, which I guess I don't look at comments, and so probably always are, if one was to suspect. I'm gonna play this and get rid of that and that. So I need more information clearly to make up my mind on Faye. Also, I guess Faye didn't come to PC. I never saw it. I never got a link that said it. It says PC, but it's an EA game. It's probably only EA Origin, I bet. Yeah. Well, I'll never play it because it's on EA Origin then. If that's the way it's gonna go. Let's see, what do we want to do now? This.
One for all and all for me. Job's done.
Close this article. Let's try to improve things. What is this? Valve, I think, upgraded something. Yeah, Valve released a new version of OpenVR, which is only really interesting to people developing VR. Let's see. There's another year of the Google Summer of Code, and ScumVM, the script creation utility for making a mansion virtual machine, is going to be involved in it, as they are almost every year. So head over to that site if you're going to be programming something and you think you're interested. Normal people need not apply. Gamma Sutra has an article, The Indie Developer's Guide to a Kick-Ass Game Localization Part 1, How to Prepare Your Game for Localization. I wanted to kind of skim over this article just to know as far as what they're going to recommend, because localization could be localization, or it could be seen as censorship. Choose one or the other, because that's really what it comes down to. Is let's swap.
That's not a valid target.
That's not gonna work.
All realities, all dimensions.
I'm about to lose again. I think I already sent a friend request to the last person too. Number one tip: use a font that supports all Unicode characters. To make sure the font also allows no break spaces, code scalable text boxes. Those are all very realistic suggestions. Don't hard code text. Avoid graphic text. Avoid concatenated text. Be aware of plurals. Let's see. Plurals in different languages may work differently.
Everyone has a
Do proper editing and proofreading. There's a nice rule. Travis goes almost done downloading. Keep going, Travis. Keep going. Don't worry. Hearthstone is giving you plenty of time screwing me over by setting me up against people that are kicking my behind on casual. I should just go back to rank play. Decide the level of localization. Budget, time, and money for localization. Yeah, I imagine it would be a considerably easier process to localize a game if they knew it was going to be translated to a different language from the word go, versus this game sold surprisingly well in Japan. Oh no, now we've got to fix it in a way so that we can sell it in the rest of the Asia or the rest of the world. See, I don't think I ever talked about this because this was in the 6 hours of gameplay footage where I had the microphone messed up. So I'll talk about this article. Travis says low balanced matchmaking. Yeah, that's right. That is laughable. It really doesn't. It really just gives you random people. Which probably means there's a lot smaller pool of players playing Hearthstone than you would suspect. Well, part of the problem too is games have kind of a minimum length to them. So matchmaking would be drastically improved if there were different lengths of games. Like, you're gonna play on casual, this time you have 1 health. Each hero has 1 health. And then next time you play on casual, you might run into somebody where both heroes have 60 health. That way your health just randomly goes up and down to make the length of games different. That still would be pretty fair. It would probably affect a lot of things, certainly. So, Labyrinth of Refrain, Coven of Darkness arrives this fall. It's a NIS America surprise announcement, pretty much. It's a 5-character dungeon crawler anime game. Anime characters. It doesn't look like it's particularly one of the lewd games when you come to dungeon crawlers. Most of them are. But it is kind of a weird, just like, combination. You know, what is that anime with Death Jr. on it? Can I remember the name of that anime? Soul Reaper Soul Keeper.
Job done.
Soul something. There's an anime out there with Soul something in the name, where two kids work together. One turns into a weapon, and the other turns into the weapon Meister, I believe is what it was, Weapon Meister, which is just German for master. And they were going to the school with other people like them, and they were training to work together in this Halloween-esque, very oddly animated world. And they were fighting against something, and then the thing they were initially fighting against I think didn't matter, and over the seasons it kind of kept changing, because it was your standard fighting anime trope, you know, and just the next big bad and the next big bad. Soul Eater, perhaps? That might have been it. It looks like that anime, whatever it is. But I'll leave that alone. There may very well be an anime called Labyrinth of Refrain. The creator, the developer of Dust and Elysian Tale, is bringing a stealth action game called Never Stop Sneaking to PC. Let's watch this trailer. It's also apparently coming to Switch. Animation doesn't look great. In fact, that's really bad looking animation. What happened there? Dust and Elysian Tale is animated great. Sure, it's a bunch of furry animals in a anthropomorphized animals in a weird fantasy world, but now I'm looking at PlayStation 1 era graphics. 3D graphics, I guess. Maybe maybe the developer lost his artist, or maybe the artist wanted to go in a different direction with 3D graphics. Actually, I think I saw a quick look of this game already on Giant Bomb. Maybe they got some early access. Yeah, this game was alright. It's a top-down kind of strategy roguelike game. It had a weird system in which you snuck behind somebody and you would automatically stab them in the back, and if you had a bullet and they saw you, would automatically shoot the bullet. But for the most part, you're just pushing controls and moving the character. So I think I might still be willing to play this game, even though the graphics do look horrible. And I'd like to maybe find out who the animator is for Dust and Elysian Tale, because they seem to have gotten the better amount of skills between the two, between him and the developer. Attack and see what happens. Stardew Valley's multiplayer update is in quality assurance. The beta is expected in the spring. I tell you, 3 hours of streaming before 3 to 6 more hours of streaming is not something that I could do normally. There's some major problems with that stuff. That probably was the beginning of... I wonder what happened there. I may have accidentally removed him. That's kind of why I've decided to stop removing people, is because I'm afraid I'm going to hit the wrong button and take somebody off. There's definitely some people I could remove, but the limit seems to be so high right now that it doesn't matter. We're not doing jobs. Team Rocket blast off in Pokemon Go's wardrobe. Pokemon villains Team Rocket have turned up in the Pokemon Go with a new Dasher's scheme to steal money by selling their uniform as premium cosmetic clothing. Okay, so let's translate this. If you're playing Pokemon Go and you want some Team Rocket clothing, you can buy it now. Oddly though, I would say the Team Rocket clothing you're wearing, it's either from the Rainbow Rocket from last year's Pokemon Sun and Moon, or from the original series. And I would very much prefer to have the original series outfits, not the Rainbow Rocket. Oh man, I totally screwed that up. I totally screwed that up. I should have done this, then done the other spell. Let's see. Code Vein has multiplayer mode and new characters in the screenshots. So there's like one picture with 3 characters running around with giant swords. Thanks. Thanks for that information. I showed off the new Steam wishlist features. They're kind of neat, but they still kind of need some features. Like, there's still not a button to, it seems like, move something up and down the ranked mode of your wish list. It doesn't seem like there's a way to move something to following or remove something from the following list. Whether something has a view details button or an add to cart button seems to be kind of random. Some games are on the wish list that aren't available for purchase yet, and there's not a big enough flashing light saying this game is not available for purchase or pre-purchase yet. Whereas some games are not available for purchase at all, yet they're still in my Steam wish list, and there's no real explanation for that either. But they're working towards succeeding and getting better. Whenever this attacks and kills something, gain +2/+2.
Let this world for justice.
Let's just kill this guy right now. The FCC chairman Ajit Pai is under investigation over a $3.9 billion media deal. And oddly, it's not even Verizon and AT&T that he's being investigated over. Sinclair Broadcasting was allowed to try and announced a deal to buy Tribune Media. So he's just letting a major video game, a major news, media conglomerate buy another major media conglomerate, and he changed the rules to make that possible and easier, which is what Ajit Pai has been doing ever since he was allowed into a position of authority. Sadly, we still haven't figured out a way to just keelhaul these people and drag them out in the street and tar and feather them. We have to go through the legal system, sadly, and we'll see if that works. Although he is being investigated by the FCC, and since he's the guy in charge of the FCC, it would be very unsurprising if he found nothing wrong. Travis says, after this game, want to do the watch and learn quest? Yes, I do. I'm hoping you are halfway through the game, but you're not. So, start a game with somebody you think you can beat, and I'll watch and learn. And see, the updates on these are so long. Like, he could be into a game right now and I wouldn't even know. Send out some other friend requests. Just get random people on every account. Random people that play later around these times. So. So this guy just friended, said, hey mate. I'll not respond to him. Please shut your face. I don't want to be your friend. Well, geez. What a rude guy. There you go. We'll take a moment. This guy's just gone from worse to worse. In fine, been defriended. Maybe I should report him because he was cussing at me at that point by the third comment. Why are you gonna accept a friend request just to be a jerk to somebody? Like, seriously. You have that much negativity in you that you can't even that you have to friend somebody just to hurt other people's feelings or try to hurt other people's feelings? What ridiculousness. So now we're just gonna cheerlead for Travis. It's like rah rah rah, go go go, please win, please win. And while we're doing this, I'm going to go through these articles. A game called Shroud of the Avatar is leaving early access March 27th. Let me watch the trailer. The screenshot doesn't look that good, but I'm willing to give it a little bit more of a chance before I give up. Wow. He's moving well. It's a fantasy RPG that combines single player narrative and a multiplayer MMO. Honestly, it looks like it's just several game elements and assets combined together. Not a direct asset flip, but an attempt to combine a lot of different things. Build custom decks and dynamically activate skills as they're drawn. Card-based play? I'm not seeing any card-based play here. This is... Like, they're throwing out all kinds of words and ideas. Non-instant player housing, like you've never seen before. Like, how can you do that? And there's all kinds of decorating tools too in this game. Player-driven economy with a deep crafting skill. This game is promising the world and everything in it. Forget it. I have no faith in Shroud of the Avatar being anywhere as good as it claims like it's going to be. Here's a weird TechSpot article. Gamer claims he found a tumor in his hand thanks to the Switch's HD Rumble. The Joy-Cons alerted him to grow 6 months earlier than he would have otherwise noticed.
What to do?
I wonder... Like, I guess maybe he just... In it rumbling, he noticed a hard spot in his hand. Which could be like a nervosa, or it could be a cyst, or it could be anything, or it could be a tumor. And that's why you have to check for things like that. Handle it. I saw a study that said on average when women do their self-breast exams checking for hard spots and tumors, that they only find about 3 out of every 11 cysts and tumors that are actually there, because A, they don't know what they're doing, and they haven't really been trained how to do a self-breast exam, and the doctors and nurses don't spend the time to actually teach them right, or they don't know how to do it right either. And so that's not great. Let's see. The guys explained that when you pick up a coin in Mario Kart, the HD rumble kicks in with an intense burst of vibration. Whenever this happened, it sent a shooting pain through his palm, through his hand, from his palm to the first joint in his index finger. At first he wrote off the pain as repetitive strain injury. His computer programmer, and he figured it was work-related. However, the pain increased until he could not use the Switch anymore. He had an Xbox as well, and playing that caused no discomfort. And we're looking at his hand, and it looks like there's a bump there. This is what the tumor looks like now. It's in the palm of his right hand, in between the beginning of his pointer finger and the end of his thumb. So right about in the middle where your hand would curve around a controller. Thank you, Travis. Super helpful. Let's see. Good luck on the packs. I'm sure that's what everybody's hoping. Legendary, 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 legendary. 5 legendaries. Nope, no legendaries. I'm getting to the point where I almost have every legendary in my main account, and I have probably what is as much can be expected in my European and Asian accounts for classic packs. So when the next expansion happens, I think particularly will probably not focus as much on buying classic packs. And that one. So that's... So now I can go back to my Murloc games in which I was losing. Let's see. Travis says, have time to play a quick game. Oh man. Sure, if you... I'll concede this and we can play. Let me just click this button. Concede. Absolutely. Maybe that's why we always see people click disconnect, is they get their friends to actually play them. So yeah, I guess if he doesn't have any wild cards, well fine, we'll play standard. If you're feeling pain, see a doctor. Tumor getting caught 6 months earlier is a good thing. Is it? I guess you can't really say anything other than that. It definitely is a good thing. It may not be as important as you would first think, but it's certainly helpful. It may take you 6 months in the United States to get in to see a doctor if something is wrong with you, so gaining an extra 6 months is fine. I imagine a tumor in the hand, though, is not a major thing, as long as it doesn't spread to the rest of your body. Worst case scenario, it deforms your hand. It doesn't crush your lungs, squeeze your brain, crush your heart, bend your spine out of place, compress a spleen. There's a lot squishier things that are a little bit more important than your fingers and your hand. And you've got 2 hands, so losing one isn't as bad as it could be. Let's see. Moving on, Starbreeze is banking on The Walking Dead after posting a pre-tax loss of $22.2 million. Starbreeze had a loss of $22.2 million on revenues for the SEK. What is the SEK? That's some kind of currency. Where is Starbreeze working out of? That they're not working in dollars. Let's see. The developer publisher, which owns Payday developer Overkill Studios, expects to show negative earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization, or cash flow until it releases Overkill's The Walking Dead next year. The company predicts the console and PC title will be a huge success and believes that the co-op shooter will help achieve revenues of at least $251.5 million in 2020. I think they are hanging their hat on a lame duck when you're talking a first-person shooter in the Walking Dead universe in 2020. I don't even know if the Walking Dead TV series will still be on the air in 2020. Let's see. Payday had its own problems, and Dead by Daylight was another game they made, and it certainly had its own problems too.
For justice. Job done.
I don't think you can have Payday 2, which I assume is also what they released, and Dead by Daylight in a row. Have that give them less than excellent returns.
For justice.
And hang all of your hopes on a TV series, comic book series tie-in. Let's see. The only thing I guess I want to do here, since there's not much more in this article, is let's Google search Overkill's The Walking Dead and just look at a picture of it. They've already got a website, so website's taking forever to load. It says coming fall 2018. The animation of the characters looks very realistic and cool looking.
Reporting for duty.
So if it was supposed to be something like The Last of Us, but The Walking Dead, that would be kind of cool. I'm looking at a trailer now that's purely animation, just like mocap people and things like that. It's probably the introductory cutscene of the game. It seems like the game is set in Washington, D.C. There's zombies on the ground. I'm skipping ahead. The main character, or one of the main characters, has got a baseball bat. It seems like they're not really showing any let's see. Why did I do that? Why didn't I do that?
Reporting for duty.
And at the very end of the trailer, they showed the guy swinging the bat, and that's it. We'll scroll down. It's coming to Xbox One, Steam, and PC, and PS4. And see, Overkill is the question. It's like, is Overkill a company? that I've never heard of? Or is Overkill just a series of games? I guess they needed to call it Overkill's The Walking Dead though, just to stop
One for all and all for me.
just to stop people from confusing it with the several other Walking Dead games. Yeah. I'll be very surprised if we're talking about Overkill's The Walking Dead in 2020. That would be interesting. The Mafia 3 developer Hangar 13 is suffering layoffs. I don't know why people say companies suffer layoffs. The employees are suffering layoffs. I thought Travis was going to let me win. But okay, fair enough. I'll do this the legitimate way. If he wants to play me again. If he doesn't want to play me again because it's late, I understand that too. So 2K Games say the staffing cuts were necessary to ensure the long-term plans. Mafia 3, kind of a fine game. It's on sale right now, but it's not really anything anybody needed to have created. And it certainly felt that way even at the beginning when it came out. It's like, alright, this game is there, but nobody was really expecting it. It's not too much of a Mafia game from the way it feels. It feels a little bit more like a kind of a racism game. Because you're playing as this African American character in the racist Louisiana in the 1960s, and also for some random reason he seems to have voodoo dolls that seem to have magical abilities. Was one of the things the reviewers talked about and thought was just weird. And it was just different from the other Mafia games. And it didn't come out with much advertising, and it didn't come out, I think, at the right time. But also, it was just a game that didn't need to exist. And there's too many GTA style clones, and that's what it really felt like, is a Grand Theft Auto clone. And I'm having enough time trying to find enough motivation to play even the most recent Grand Theft Auto games. And we're still not doing job. In something that can be only described as insane, a game called Shaq Fu: A Legend Reborn is coming out. It was announced in 2014, a sequel to the classic Shaq Fu game that, for all reason or rhyme, shouldn't exist.
That's incredible.
Shaquille O'Neal still relevant, even though he really shouldn't be. They probably could license his name pretty well. Let's watch the trailer. But just for search engine optimization, I think I would play a Shaq Fu game. So, it's not even him playing basketball. Shaq Fu originally was a bad, like the trailer right now is saying the game was bad. So I don't even, I'm literally quoting the trailer when the original Shaq Fu was bad. And this version is, they're saying, better. And it's a beat 'em up game. So the basketball player is playing a beat 'em up game. I don't know, but it's crazy enough that it just might work. So
Move quickly. Job done.
Here's a YouTube video. What killed the Prince of Persia series? I can tell you that in a nutshell. Assassin's Creed did. Before Assassin's Creed, the Prince of Persia series was that game. And they didn't want to continue down that road. So I eagerly look forward to when Shaq Fu comes out. It's apparently it was crowdfunded. It's coming for the Switch, PC, PS4, and Xbox One this spring from Saber Interactive. Somebody pledged $4,000 to crowdfund the game to have lunch and a game of basketball at Shaquille O'Neal's house. I don't even know if that included Shaquille O'Neal being there. Oh man, I did it again. I keep forgetting to play equality first. I'm not paying attention, that's why. I'm playing things out of order. Even I can tell that. We already talked about this. The dystopian surveillance thriller Orwell is back for a second season later this month. So, if you liked Orwell, there's more of it. I don't know if it needed a second season. I think we probably had the idea down in the first season. Yeah, I mean, honestly, is the government going to be twice as Orwellian in the second season? Yeah, that doesn't. I don't know. I'd have to actually play the first season before I can even think about playing a second season of the game. It seems pretty obvious. CD Projekt Red came out with some statements talking about how they don't plan on doing loot boxes. Getting some good press. Still kind of some people still kind of holding some grudges against CD Projekt Red for the alleged terrible way they treat their employees and overwork their employees. So take it as you like it. And in the end, earlier today I talked about it's a deeply personal decision whether you want to deny yourself entertainment, in this case playing Cyberpunk or Witcher 3, because you feel that the CD Projekt Red management doesn't listen to its employees and overworks them, or you feel they've done something else wrong. Generally, I'd prefer to just take the entertainment where I can. Sometimes it's a deep, dark, miserable world. Just take the fun that you can have as quickly, as much as possible, and not worry about the bad things. Particularly since you're probably not going to convince a Polish company to act any differently unless you can get all of video game purchasers to not buy CD Projekt Red the next game, Cyberpunk 2077, because of some kind of strike type thought. I just don't think that's going to happen. Apparently some third-party sellers on Newegg were hawking unreleased, let's see, do I have anything here? Let's just try Paladin cards. They were selling some unreleased Coffee Lake CPUs on Newegg. The items have now been delisted and are no longer available. Coffee Lake being the newest, I think, CPUs from Intel.
Your soul shall be mine. I will fight with honor.
Steam Lunar Sale. PC Gamer's suggestions for games you should buy during the Steam Lunar Sale are Heat Signature, Endless Space 2, Hellblade Susuna's Sacrifice. It is only 30% off for Hellblade, but I would totally love that game. And if you can't wait, which maybe a lot of people can't, that would be a good time to do it. They also suggest City Skylines. I would argue against paying $20, even if it is 67% off for Ark Survival Evolved. And then Portal is $1. So, of course, the suggestions change drastically once you have all of those games already.
Well met.
Let's do this.
Reporting for duty.
And then end the turn. The original Devil May Cry trilogy is going to get an HD treatment on PC next month, plus a giveaway via Twitch Prime, which that seems really crazy to have both things happened on March 13th. Travis typed something, then he redacted it before I saw it. It's crazy that they don't even let the moderators read what people wrote. I'm sure the FBI gets to read everything everybody writes. Let's do this and just adapt the frame. There we go.
The battle. So the Twitch Prime giveaway scheduled for February 27. Ready to ride.
And see, Rock Paper Shotgun says here only 2 were good of the original 3 DMC games. The first was one of them. It was originally envisioned as a Resident Evil spin-off. Interesting, I didn't know that. Let's go ahead and give it +1. +1.
Let me think.
For justice.
This is my
The battle.
There we go. So I want to get my hands on the Devil May Cry Remaster HD series, and we'll cross our fingers to see if Capcom ever gets around to making a Devil May Cry 5 and ignores the fact that they tried to reboot Devil May Cry with DMC, which I'm fine with that, honestly. If they want to go back to the original series, that's fine with me. Let's see. Travis said, it says I was going to play with my Warlock deck to do my daily quests. Okay. What is your daily quest? Playing Warlock cards?
This is my
Or
responsibility.
Warlock victories?
For justice.
Man, I still have tabs open. Too many tabs. What happened? The game Liar Princess and the Blind Prince has some more details and screenshots. We're not really ready for an announcement date on this game. It looks very cutesy and animated. This is a Gamatsu game. Like, it's a Japanese game, but it's far away from that standard anime.
The battle.
That standard anime style of animation. It's more of a charcoal sketches style of animation. So I'm interested in this game, certainly. We'll see what kind of gameplay it actually has, whether it's just a platformer or maybe even a walking simulator. And the PS4 and Switch versions will sell for about 10,000 yen, which is about $10, and the PS Vita version is about 9,500 yen, which is about $9.50.
duty.
Let's just get an attack here.
For justice.
So we've got the price. Did they say there was a release date? May 31. So I'll be interested to see if this one comes to the list.
One shot, one.
Warlock Victory. Says Travis, and I just realized this is the wrong deck. Oh well. Yeah. Well, if I get a victory, I'm gonna mosey on to just show what the America's account is, but I don't even know if I'm gonna play it. I'm thinking we're getting so late now, even for me, and I stay up all night. This is too much playing.
Reporting for duty. To battle. For justice.
So, yeah. Did I say the release date besides next month for the Orwell game? It's February 22nd if I didn't mention it.
One shot, one.
Apple confirmed that HomePods can leave white marks on certain surfaces. Uncertain why it would do that, but okay. Is there some kind of asbestos or something in these HomePods?
Reporting for duty. To battle.
Some kind of chalk? There's an 8-bit game called The Ambition of the Slimes that's available for PC via Steam. It's $5. Looks very 8-bitty. It's a RPG game of some sort, but I think you probably play as the slimes. Let me watch this trailer and see. Travis says, yeah, after this I'm gonna play some standard for a bit. So yeah, Ambition of the Slimes. You play as the slimes.
I wonder.
This. I still have yet to get a card to play this on. This deck is horrible. I've got no minions. The director of Sicario 2 is in talks to make a Call of Duty movie. I don't know if there really is any kind of story in Call of Duty to make a movie. I mean, honestly, you're just making a military movie at that point, aren't you? Like, the last video game movie, I suppose, will be the Mario animated movie. Probably will come out before the Call of Duty movie, and the Tomb Raider movie either has come out or was supposed to come out and got pushed back. So to my recollection, it's the Assassin's Creed movie is the most recent one, and that didn't really succeed at all. And I don't know really how you could have. Assassin's Creed is probably the worst series to try to turn into a live action movie, because it's just full of insanity. That article. Naruto to Boruto Shinobi Strike has a Japanese open beta for February 23rd to 25th. So on this account, I need one more Paladin victory. One more Paladin victory. Let's go over to the Americas account and just see what kind of a mess this is. I don't know if I really have any Japanese fans or people with Japanese accounts, but if you're a big fan of Naruto to Boruto, which I don't know, Shinobi Strike, now you know. Arc System Works and Hidetake Suehiro have announced a game called The Missing, which is crazy because I could have sworn that Swery was making The Good Life and trying to kickstart that. So I need to play 30 Warlock cards if I trade this one. Shaman cards too. And look, I can trade out 2 things, so why not do that? And that didn't work, right? Nope, I can't. This is a bug that happens right at nighttime all the time, is you have the X but it doesn't work. Doesn't seem like it does anything else though. So do I have something that plays Shaman cards? The Overload deck. We'll do that. So we can play that one as we try to move forward. Is there a trailer for missing? Maybe it was somebody different, not Swery, that was making the missing. The trailer and the video announcement is just Swery talking to the screen while holding monkeys in an office full of plants. And the title "Missing" has many meanings. It says a missing person, someone who's lost, or even something lost. Maybe it's your loved one. This is kind of like the new standard way for niche, crazy Japanese creators to tease and release games. Is we're just gonna have crazy titles and crazy trailers and keep people interested, and then the game's gonna come out and it's really just gonna be a horror game. The Missing is supposed to come out for consoles. We're not sure, in 2018, but I swear wasn't Swery working on The Good Life. Let's see, career.
Little time.
This. In the turn. No, I guess the last thing he worked on was D4 Dark Dreams Don't Die, and I don't think that ever finished. So Swery is popular because of it's popular from Deadly Premonition, which is popular for its Twin Peaks references, I suppose, is what you would say. And then he's made some other games, Lord of Arcana, Lord of Apocalypse. Those are both PSP games that didn't even come out in North America until later. Lord of Apocalypse hasn't even come out in North America. And then Dark Dreams Don't Die, I don't know if that ever finished. Travis, by the way, said time to get rid of this bad Warlock deck. Yeah, a few minutes ago. I didn't quite see that comment until now. Sorry. Dude. This. And do this. Cross your fingers and hope it works. Do that. Let's see. In October 2016, Swery being his nickname, by the way, announced on Twitter he had left Access Games and there would be no more episodes of D4. So it was supposed to be an episodic game. Let's see. And
I wonder.
Like, with it being an episodic game,
I can see what is to come.
you did get a full story. I don't know if you got enough of a story though.
Elements guide me.
That's the real question. Like, it was a partially Kinect game to show how old Dark Games Don't Die. For the PC version, however, the Kinect game has been disabled in favor of mouse controls. Some improvements were also implemented, such as upgrading the frame rate to 60 frames per second, shortening load times, and fixing bugs that were present in the original version. Let's see. So there's a prologue and 2 episodes of the series. So it's a 3 episodes of an unfinished story. I still kind of want to play it, but it's hard to play a game knowing that it's unfinished. And here we have Swery announcing a new game, and hopefully this one would be finished, but who knows. I probably could have just won right there. Well, I'm trying to play cards anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. So we'll keep an eye out for the missing and more announcements. Arc System Works is a weird choice though, because they're the makers of Blaze Blue, and I don't know if they've ever made anything other than fighting games. I guess maybe I should have searched that too. It's getting late to the point where I'm becoming worse at reporting news. Let's see, My Hero Academia's won Justice, adds 3 more characters to the game. I'm not sure if it's coming out in the West yet. Let's see, it's coming to the PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC in 2018. In Japan, it's only released for the PS4 and Switch, however. A weird twist. I'm down to 1. My Hero Academia is an anime that may get some popularity in the West. So by the time this game is out, this might be a bigger deal.
My favorite.
Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle is coming out. I think we already talked about that.
I can rest now.
What's the date that's coming out? Do we have a date? I guess they didn't announce a date, they just told you the prices. So it is coming to the US, but who knows when. But this does give me an opportunity to look up Arc System Works. Oh, it's coming out May 31st. Let's see, Arc System Works. Where? Here you are. Let's highlight that and Google search them and see what games they've actually made besides Blaze Blue games. And Google just knows. If I search anything, I probably want Wikipedia. Double Dragon in 1988. Wow, that's some legacy. Battletoads. They made a Sailor Moon game in 1993. Virtual Open Tennis. Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear X, and many more Guilty Gears. Dragon Ball Z game, a Fist of the North Star game. All of these still kind of feel like fighters and tennis games or hockey games. There's a whole series of family games they made for the Wii to sell. Animal Puzzle Adventure. I'm seeing more Blaze Blue games. now that we're in the 2012s. Persona 4 Arena, but I don't know if that's all of Persona 4, if they made a side game for Persona 4. It seems like they made a side game. Let's see. Magical Beat for the Vita, more Blaze Blues. Another Dragon Ball game. A detective game for the 3DS. Double Dragon 4 in 2017. Some more Dragon Balls. And they're going to release a game called Zuan Dao Z Wang, which I bet that doesn't come into the West under that name. Yeah, I'm looking at everything they've published, everything they've created. It's mostly fighter games, so I don't know how the missing fits into that plan at all. There's a sequel to a game called We Were Here, called We Were Here 2, TOO, where two players cooperate to solve linked escape rooms. I saw someone on YouTube playing it. It looked rather fun, but it's one of those games I probably could never cover myself because I could never get another person to play with me and schedule that time and have two people purchase a game that we're both uncertain about and might be really short. But the concept falls apart if it's just one player switching between two bodies immediately. I am almost, I think. I'm hitting a lot of redundant articles. So I think I'm almost to the point of closing all the tabs. ProZD's Twitter is going to get muted on my account. Nothing wrong with what he was saying particularly or anything. He's just not really talking about video games or anything that interests me, so I needed more space. There's a problem with letting your Twitter feed just overwork itself, overfill with content. I kind of need my Twitter feed to be tight and precise with just video game news, so I know that's my source of video game news on top of the other sources. Maybe at some point I'd have to make a secondary account, or perhaps I could do something else to fix it. The Screen Actor Guild launched a new initiative to fight sexual harassment. The U.S. Screen Actors Guild, SAG-AFTRA, of course. That's also the voice actors of video games for the people who use unionized voice actors, which is some of them and some of them don't. Let's see. They kicked off this new initiative by issuing a new call to action and a code of conduct, and they're looking ways to provide further education and training, work with employees and industry partners, and expand its own ability to intervene rapidly to protect members. So, on the face of it, that's all good stuff. On the face of it. I'm sure if I dug deep enough I could try and find something to be outraged by it. Like, the thing with the Hollywood sexual harassment stuff is it's hard to even be objective and not fully side with the people claiming to be victims, because it's been an obvious and open secret, and it's just being made more of an obvious and open secret that sexual harassment has been happening throughout Hollywood. And if anything, the thing that doesn't get mentioned is how many people were turning a blind eye and condoning and helping the harassers maintain their positions at their job, maintain authority over people. So it's really more of a case of almost everybody in Hollywood is slimy, and a few people that don't want to be labeled slimy are now pretending like they knew nothing about it, when in all honesty they almost certainly did.
Elements guide me. There's little time.
I want to just keep playing cards, so I'm here. There we go. And close that. Close that. Let's go back to Twitter and just see if for some reason on a Friday night there was some news report. It's like I'm moving up in ranked play and I'm not even trying. This is really ridiculous. This will probably be the last game until we go into the silent post show, and I think we'll just silent post show as much as I'm gonna bang my head against a lot of this. Hopefully I'll get really lucky.
Thrall versus Rexa.
Let the hunt begin for Doomhammer.
So there's this YouTuber called Published Author that got a content ID strike and is very much complaining about it. I don't know if Published Author is, or Moist Critical maybe. That's his Twitter handle. I don't know who this guy is, but people are retweeting him, so he must have been somewhat famous. Bayonetta and Bayonetta 2 are now available for the Switch. So that's nice. Platinum Games retweeted a new teaser picture.
There is little time.
If only Bayonetta 2 would ever come to PC, and Bayonetta 3. Scrolling down Twitter, trying to see if there's anything more to talk about. Apparently this was day one for Indicate East. Maybe I'll look and see if they have anything interesting to say there.
There is little time.
For Honor gets a new mode and loot in time for the limited edition Apollyon's Legacy event. PC gamers still shilling For Honor. Like they clearly were paid to advertise that game. If only Ubisoft had actually paid to develop the game in a good quality way, instead of turning something out that's just pretty bad. Surprisingly, for as many video game developers and publishers that I have on my Twitter feed, very few of them, relatively speaking, even bother to mention when their game is on sale on Steam. They just don't use their Twitter that way, or they just don't care.
It's time for a little blood.
Let's see, play this.
Job's done.
I retweeted a retweet from Telltale Games where Patrick Norton, I think it was the voice actor of the male version of the character in Minecraft Story Mode. I played as the female version of the character, so I didn't even hear his voice acting. And somebody was asking him why he was in the game, and he just straight out came out and said, because they overpaid me. Because they were willing to pay me more than I was really worth to be a voice actor, because I was someone famous, and so I took the money, which is kind of cool. Excuse me. So yes, we are no way. We need to play a bunch of Warlock cards, a bunch of Shaman cards, and get one more victory in European, and I believe challenge a friend on the Asian account. And I'm an hour and 18 minutes over what I normally run a recording on. I easily could have broken it up into a 4th episode, and I need to learn to start doing that, obviously. That's gonna be it for the non-silent post-show play. I'll keep playing until I just get too tired and can't play anymore. Don't be surprised if I actually just fall asleep playing at this point. That's it for this recording. We've got some news on Monday as far as job listings, I think. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on basically any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. If you like what I'm doing and want to support me, give me a game on Steam. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
Thrall versus Jaina.
You asked for it.
For Doomhammer. There is little time.
Amazing.
time. There is little time.
You look very familiar.
Amazing.
There is little time.
Amazing.
There is little time.
Amazing. Well played.
Thrall versus Maiev.
None can escape my fury.
For Doomhammer.
done.
Who knows what secrets we'll uncover?
Job's done.
There is little time. What to do? I wonder. What to do?
This guy's toast. Takari killed this bastard.
Job done.
Smart moves, I concede.
Thrall versus Garrosh.
Victory or death for Doomhammer!
Job done.
Obliteration.
Sharp gadgets and steel.
is to come.
Made to fit. Armor made to fit.
Practice makes perfect. Elements guide. Exploding insects! Exploding insects! Charge, Lord! taunt is in the way. Elements guide me.
Job's done.
Elements guide me.
Gul'dan versus Anduin.
The light shall bring victory.
Your soul shall be mine. Why do you call? Are you mocking me? Almost out of time. As you command.
shot, one kill.
As you command.
Medicine insects. One shot, one kill.
My shield for Argon!
Job done.
I wield the power of Black Wind.
Don't mess with Tusk.
Into the breach!
Is someone injured?
Don't mess with Tusk.
The breach!
I'll get right on.
Thank you.
Gul'dan versus Thrall.
For Doomhammer, your soul shall be mine! Why do you call? enough mana. As you plan.
Catch! Hey, catch!
Job's done.
We must cleanse the Sunwell. One shot, one kill.
For the Horde!
I'll give it a shot.
My hand is too full. Get in there and fight, maggot!
We must cleanse the Sunwell.
Face Daraxus, Eladar Lord of the Burning Legion! Not enough mana!
Job done.
Gul'dan versus Jaina!
You asked for it.
Your soul shall be mine! The legions I command.
I am ready. Do I have to?
Almost out of time.
What to do? What to do? Time runs out on me.
I have big plans.
I don't have enough mana.
to do? What to do? Time runs out on me. What to do? What to do?
Sure, send the little guy.
Soon.
I wonder.
Soon.
Job's done.
Soon.
Get it out! Get it out!
Relax. It's a party.
I'll get right on it. I'll get right on it. I have big plans. boss of me.
I wonder.
Why do you call?
Almost out of time.
Do I have to?
Why do you call?
Ooh, what an adventure you're having. Malfurion versus Malfurion!
I must protect the wild. Nature must be preserved.
The legions I command.
the grand tournament champion.
Job's done.
Beetleberries, my favorite.
Job's done.
For the wild. What to do?
You are not welcome here.
Where shall I strike?
Well played.
Valera versus Garrosh.
Victory or death!
Watch your back. Choose soon.
Armor made to fit.
Choose soon. Here we go.
Let the pain speak to me.
I wonder.
I can take the hit.
What now?
Here we go.
Job done.
Some still funny.
Here we go.
Job done.
My fire be burst! Die, insect!
Nice little raptors.
Job done.
Climb me and the world trembles.
Insect!
We hunger for vengeance.
Job's done.
My hand is full.
Valera versus Medivh!
Let the games begin.
Watch your back.
The legions I command. Avast, matey!
all need.
Here we go.
Join or die, or both. Join or die, Thailand lover.
Here we go.
There once was a man from Gilneas.
Thailand lover.
I serve the Fire Lord.
Someday I'll be just like you.
So many options.
Thailand.
Choose soon. Here we go.
Join or die!
Here we go.
Job's done.
So many options.
I hope you like my invention.
Let the pain speak to me.
Job's done.
I'll show them. I'll show them all!
Blood and plunder. Truth is found in the depths.
Valera versus Gul'dan.
Your soul shall be mine.
Watch your back.
You win this time.
Oh, have I got a tale for you?
Glasses? Gul'dan!
Your soul shall be mine!
I will fight with honor.
The legions I command.
I must move quickly.
Job done.
You are not the boss of me!
I wonder.
Reporting for duty.
I wonder. Almost out of time.
Do I have to?
The battle!
So many possibilities. almost out of time. So many possibilities.
Why do you call?
Don't tell me what to do!
To battle!
Job's done.
Get it out! Get it out!
A new trophy! Reporting for duty.
Job's done.
Relax. It's a party.
Almost out of time. So many possibilities.
Drink up the army!
Reporting for duty.
Job's done.
Why do you call? To battle!
Job's done.
I wonder. So many possibilities. Almost out of time.
I dream and the world turns.
Job's done.
Relax. It's a party.
You are not the boss of me.
I shall bring you rest.
For justice!
Is there trouble?
I must move quickly. Reporting for duty. I must move quickly.